Hey there. Oh boy. It's time for another entertaining day of shit. Wow. Lovely, lovely, bubbly, bubbly, bubbly. That... Alright. What the fuck is Steam? There's Steam. Stop validating constantly. No, it's the validation loop. Curses. I hate that loop. The loop sucks. That loop is kind of poopy. And I hate it. Video gaming. Oh boy! Video gaming. Video gaming. We're gonna have a doozy of a video today. Oh boy, biggest content. The big great one. I wonder if this video is seeing a renewed push because of a certain something. I wonder. So real, Zane? Oh my god. What the? Oh my god. Good one. Good one. He got me. Okay, listen, there's no more steak that tempted me this time, okay? I feel rested and rejuvenated and ready to talk about some of the dumbest shit on the planet. Nice job, fucking dumbass internet Nazis. Look at us, we raised all this money for Chud the Builder to pay his bail so he can be let out. Nah. Funny if true. Now, the real question is, of course, Zane, will the conservative mind ever learn about that there are consequences for their actions? No. Ramen, more like raw men. You will laugh. Ha, good one, Daho. Alright, I can shut up now. It's been a while since we've been here. Oh wait, what? His pic? The pic of his hair getting washed? Why is there a pic of Chud the Builder having his hair washed? Also by who? You sent it to me. That's what that was? Oh, no, that's a meme. You're fucking memeing. I just thought it was, I'm just like, that's just a fucking meme. You're trolling. You are just like epic troll, obviously. Yeah, good one. You're getting sent to Pazuzu. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Straight to Pazuzu. Straight to Pazuzu. Let us see if these work. Uh oh, I'm almost out of wagons. Oh dear. Chud the Builder. Will he get out of jail? No, he won't. He won't make it out of jail. His dumbass is probably gonna stay in jail. Because he's fucking racist. Chud the Builder. Will he get out of jail? No, he won't. He's in jail. Fuck you. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this Chud the Builder thing anymore. I'm clearly a clueless fucking moron. I am clearly a clueless fucking chud. Yeah, but someone get Pususu out of here. Or Labubu out of here. Get him out. Chud the Builder. Will he say racial slurs? Yes, he will. Chud the Builder. He hates black people. Yes, he does. Chud the Builder. Go get fuel. Good job. Silver 5006. Do I support gays? The fuck does that even mean? That's a very strange random question to just be going around and asking someone in a chat. Do you support gays? What does that mean? Why are you saying that? That's very strange. Listen, just for you, Silver, have you ever considered that everyone's a little gay? I'm just saying. Maybe you're gay. Maybe I'm gay. Maybe we're all gay. Think about it. Just think about it. Everyone's a little gay, folks. Let me tell you. You're gay, I'm gay, we're all gay. Everyone's a little gay, folks. Let me tell you. You're gay? Epic. Oh boy. Everyone's a little gay. Everybody has to be gay. You have to be gay. I have to be gay. Everyone's gay. Gay. What the fuck is that, Zane? Who is that? Okay, you say that it's Reb's face, as if I am supposed to recognize who this Reb individual is. I'm sitting here with my context hat, and I'm saying, context, I require it. Yeah, well, I don't. I don't know who Reb is. Who's Reb? She is Space Mom. You keep saying these words. They have meaning, but I don't know who that is. Once again, I point to my context hat. Context? I require context? 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 Alright. Since we got a pretty long video to get through, shall we begin? The Birdman. The Burbman. Squawk diddle yawk. Reb is the creative director of Warframe and also the voice of Lotus, the main mentor of Warframe. Ah. Interesting. I had no idea. Daho, you could have Googled that. Nah. Doesn't Google. Refuses. Her story is actually really cool. Well, now I'm curious. What's her story? I still have to make rail. Very important. We have to make more rail, folks. We don't have to concern ourselves with this, I think. I don't remember if lamps are immune to the acid. I'm going to assume that lamps are not immune. I feel like that's generally a pretty good assumption to make. She started off as an intern, did the voice of Lotus. Rose to status as community director and later became the creative director after Steve St. Clair, the CEO, an old creative director, gave her the role and he focused on Soulframe. Well, that's lovely. Now, Asmongold would say that's DEI. He would. He would say something like that. That's a real and a true. Any truers? I'm truing that one. Yeah, I bet I bet Reb is the type to do like the one video that has all the chuds like constantly, I don't know, like shitting and pissing their pants all the time, like the itty bitties in a bob. Or itty bitty titties in a bob. That fucking dumbass shit. It's like, alright, man. Cool. Asmongold is booty. I agree, Silver. He is pretty booty. I agree. Anywho, we should get started with this, because this is going to take a long time. Ugh. Listen, they probably are just like, Warframe already cucked and homosexual or something, if I know anything about most of these people. They probably already hate it. It's cucked. It's homosexual, folks. It's not good. This is also true. Silver. I agree. It's extremely game. What the? Anywho, let's get started with this shit. Guys, would you believe it if I told you that Asmongold is really stupid and really racist? Well, like every racist, they all do tend to be extremely fucking stupid. The Birdman. I believe he released a 17-minute video around there, about 17-minute video, talking about Asmongold's position about Joe Bartolozzi's clip where he talks about systemic racism affecting the African-American population within America, of which Joe Bartolozzi was correct about. Obviously, Asmongold's response was stupid and dumb because he himself is stupid and dumb for obvious reasons. And he never really engaged with any of the points said by Joe Bartolozzi because he's wholeheartedly incapable of doing as such, because if he were to, he would make himself very easily apparent and clear that he has no idea what he's talking about whenever he talks about any particular subject or topic whatsoever. Because again, we're talking about Asmongold here, and Asmongold is extremely fucking stupid. Like, on a magnitude of stupidity that has not been foreseen since the early 1800s. But I digress. The Birdman, in response to Asmongold having his idiotic fucking take, basically released a response. No, not really a response. More so like a explainer for Asmongold to explain Joe Bartolozzi's argument and to help clean it up a little bit, provide substantive evidence for the claims that Joe Bartolozzi was making, right? Obviously, Joe Bartolozzi was correct in his assessment, and Asmongold has no idea what he's talking about because Asmongold is stupid. Now, Asmongold replied to that 17-minute video by doing his like standard Asmongold shtick of thinking he sounds profound, even though in reality he sounds like the biggest fucking idiot on the planet. Very, very, very much so that there's many such cases that this is the case for, well, that he's a complete idiot. So, duh. So, I guess this is like a constant, infinite content farm now for the Birdman, where it's just he cooks Asmongold for being an idiot, and Asmongold's going to respond like an idiot because he's an idiot, and I guess we are now essentially in the cycle of samsara of constantly having to deal with Asmongold's genuine stupidity and complete utter nonsense. Let's get started with this.
Our pal Asmongold Grift has responded to yours truly for the second time, and it's as dumb as the first time, only it's a fair bit longer than the previous response, but not by that much. I mean, his first response was about 40 minutes.
Okay, I think this is the only contention I'm going to have with Birdman. Otherwise, whenever Birdman talks, I'm probably just going to inherently agree with like literally everything he says, probably. I don't think Asmongold is a grifter because I think he's too stupid to be a grifter. I'm gonna be honest. Like I don't think someone as dumb as Asmongold can be a grifter. Because at the very least, a grifter is somewhat intelligent. They know how to, manipulate and sort of funge numbers essentially try to impart some form of an argument. Good evening, Clay. Asmongold just doesn't even do that. He's too lazy to do that. So, like, I think he's just stupid. Like, there's like an epigenetic sort of like string of stupidity within Asmongold where I think he's just way too fucking stupid is, well, the way forward. Yeah, avoiding the grifter allegations by being shitty at planning ahead. Yeah, I think that's also a pretty decent way of putting that, Armor and Quills.
And this one is just under an hour. And I bring up the length of his response for 2 reasons. The first is to prepare you for the length of this video. I don't enjoy making long videos because the edit you see is significantly shorter than the time it took for me to edit. This is time and energy I can be spending on other non-YouTube parts of my life, but I do so because if nothing else, I am thorough. The second reason is because Asmongold is a liar and a hypocrite. As you will soon see, his excuse for not responding to my 1-hour video is that it's too long and his audience will zone out. But hilariously, his response...
It's really funny that Asmongold says that, even though he himself constantly zones out whenever he quote-unquote reacts to any fucking video. Again, Asmongold doesn't actually know what he's doing or talking about whenever he reacts to a video. Asmongold's fucking reactions to most videos are him just being like, yeah, totally, yeah, sure, absolutely, whoa, I agree with this thing. Because he just has a audience that just claps at him like a fucking seal. Like, that's really about it. Like, it's just a fucking echo chamber for the most part.
True, and... yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and... yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean...
Thank you, Trainwrecks. Thank you, Tyler Nickname. Very cool.
Response to me is literally 1 hour long. Mind you, my video was 16 minutes. His response was over 3.5 times longer than my video, but he lies and says his audience doesn't want to watch a response to a 1 hour long video. Is that why you made a 1 hour long video, Zach? No, you see, what happened is that Asmongold is a coward. He pre-watches videos off stream, decides if that video is too difficult for him to respond to, and then he mimes on stream like he's watching a video for the first time. The length of the thing he's responding to...
Now that is fucking interesting. And honestly, I would not be surprised if that were the fucking case, to be honest, right? We know that Asmongold is extremely cowardly and really stupid. I would not be surprised if it were the case that Asmongold would be the type of dude to just look at something, be like, oh, it's too hard to do this thing, and then just, like, close it and move on with his life. I'm gonna be honest. Honestly, Zane, I did used to pre-watch a lot. Now I don't pre-watch as much. Now, I will say, I pre-watched this fucking video. I did. And I wanted to take a look at this and sort of, like, impart on a bunch of other stuff. But generally speaking, yeah, I admit that I'm a filthy pre-watcher, right? To most fucking videos earlier on in my fucking, I suppose, quote-unquote career, for lack of a better term. And I will say, like, yeah, I pre-watched this because I wanted to take a look at it and see if I could impart anything of value to this fucking video, right? That's generally speaking why I wanted to pre-watch. Generally speaking, to see if I can give something of value in my sort of mind. Now I just say, like, I don't know. I watch a thing because I want to watch a thing. I feel like I could transform a thing because I think I have good positions and points that I can impart value towards, I guess, for lack of a better term. And that's why, generally speaking, I guess I want to take a look at, like, most of these videos. Honestly, like, I kind of wanted to take a look at just Asmongold's sort of half of this, and then I was just like, nah, fuck that. I'd rather do anything than, like, listening to this, to, like, I don't know, the metaphorical, like, nails being drawn down on a chalkboard that is Asmongold. So I'll just fucking, I'll take a look at, like, fucking Birdman's perspective on all this. Yeah, exactly, Zane. I honestly, I don't have to pre-watch shit like Tactical Templar's fucking video on me in order to defend myself from his general sort of idiocy. Yeah, general sort of idiocy.
Is completely irrelevant. This son of a bitch streams every day from 6 to 8 hours at a time. My video would have been 1/8 of the length of his entire stream. So in reality, he realized he couldn't refute the things I said in that video, and he did what all cowards do. Duck the smoke and wait for the heat to die down. So in all likelihood, this is exactly what he's going to do to this video, because I'm about to body bag this coward for 100 minutes straight. Let's get on with it.
Based?
Exposing the grift, Asmongold doesn't understand DEI and affirmative action.
True.
Uh-oh. This will be good. Round 2? Yes. Well, it's a shorter video.
It's actually round 3. You were knocked down in round 2 and got saved by the bell, remember? But did you all hear what he just said?
I completely, yeah, this is round 3. Nope, he's correct here, right? I believe we've taken a look at, was it round 2 or was it no, it was the first round we took a look at, right? Yes, it was the first round that we definitely took a fucking look at, for sure. Because, mostly because I was just like, I think I can impart some things of value here to sort of add to Birdman's points. That's mostly the reason why I felt like taking a look at that shit. The second one, I mean, I didn't feel like that was the case, but whatever. This time, I feel like it's the exact same thing. And also, this is in response to like a video that I just put out fucking recently saying that Asmongold and Tectone don't like black people, which is true. Objectively correct statement. Those guys do not like black people. And the reasoning for as to why I'm putting this out specifically is because a lot of the exact same points that I say is also parroted in this fucking sort of video, and Birdman provides a lot of the fucking statistics and a lot of the fucking studies proving his sort of fucking arguments. Now, could you say, Daho, that's really fucking lazy? And I would just be like, yes, I am fucking lazy. You got me, okay? I admit it. I'm a fucking lazy ass bitch. Alright? You fucking got me. I'm a lazy bitch. I procrastinate a little too much. I probably have a fucking problem. Whatever. I admit to that. I have a fault. Very, very cool. But hey, at least it's nowhere near as bad as fucking Asmongold's goofy looking head ass, who's just like seemingly just wholeheartedly incapable of being able to, I don't know, maintain some like like semblance of a reaction or like a not watch time, like any ability to sort of like engage with anything critical, because he's too much of a fucking idiot to be able to develop any fucking morals or ethics or beliefs, and just parrots a lot of the idiotic bullshit that he gets from his subreddit and his community of fucking sycophants and weirdos that he has gathered on his Twitter fucking community.
It's a shorter video. Shorter than what video, Zach? Because my first video was less than 10 minutes, and the one you're responding to is just under 17. You see, he just let slip that he watched my hour-long video, proving that he purposefully avoided responding to it. Because he's...
Oh, the round 2 was the hour-long... I mixed it up. I'm an idiot. I forget these things. I'm a little stupid.
A coward, and realized he couldn't show his audience me dismantling his arguments. Arguments so paper thin and surface level, they could be used for veneers. Veneers he clearly needs. Lord the Fleas has blessed us with yet another shit take on Twitter, this time alleging that black people benefit from systematic racism.
Correct.
We're going to debunk this nonsensical claim.
Thank God.
And this time, I'll try to be as brief as I can for old double-digit IQ here, because my last video was too long for him.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit around and react to a fucking video that's an hour and a half long. It's too long. Yeah, it is. It's too long.
We know
this is obvious fucking bullshit, right? Because we all know that the only reason why Asmongold doesn't want to fucking react to a video that's too long is because he's too stupid to fucking do as such, and his attention span is so fucking ridiculously low that he's just wholeheartedly incapable of, I don't know, keeping a reaction to a fucking goddamn video for the better length of probably like, I don't know, 3 hours or some shit. When I'm pretty sure if we were to go through Asmongold's fucking catalog videos or whatever, he probably has a bunch of 3-hour fucking videos on there, right? It's not I don't know, like a sort of like argument about like attention span or whatever the fuck. He just didn't want to engage with the fucking video because the Birdman so thoroughly fucking dismantles and just shits on fucking Asmongold for the latter part of, I don't know, like an hour throughout that fucking video. Because I vaguely remember that video. Asmongold looked like an idiot, and obviously the Birdman was correct about literally everything that he fucking said. Asmongold just doesn't want to have like people who are way smarter than him, because like every other fucking goddamn conservative, they don't want to deal with any person that's way smarter than them, because it's a potential risk of losing their audience. Now, it depends on the fucking audience, because his YouTube audience is filled with just like the largest brand of sycophants and fucking morons who will just like literally parrot every like piece of slop that comes out of his dumbass mouth, right? Because I'm going to reiterate this point, I think, consistently throughout this. We're dealing with a collection of extremely stupid people. Very, very idiotic fucking people, right? And people who I like, it's one of those things where I sit there and I genuinely question, like, how do these people, like, get up in the morning and, like, tie their shoes, kind of a deal? Like, I ask these questions, and I just wonder how these people are able to do it. But they're somehow able to do it, and I'm shocked every single time. But these jabronis, these individuals, will like literally do anything possible to not engage with their detractors because they know that their positions in quote-unquote arguments are so fucking paper thin that if they were to try to engage with any of their detractors, they would be made to look instantaneously ridiculous. Why do you think conservatives nowadays, especially a lot of the conservative content creators, the army of grifters that generally speaking exist, don't really debate all that much anymore? They don't, because they know they get constantly owned by left-wingers all the time, and they are made to look as ridiculous as possible. And they know, we're starting to look bad in a lot of these interactions and engagements. We need to limit the amount of times that we engage, generally speaking, with a lot of these lefties because they keep making this look really stupid. Like, Ben Shapiro doesn't debate anymore. Same with, like, Michael Knowles or fucking Matt Walsh, because they've been constantly made to look like complete fucking troglodytes.
No, that's your excuse, Zach. That's why I said that. But it's pretty funny how you act like you have anything better to do with your pathetic life. All you do is sit in that chair reacting to shit on the internet for 6 to 8 hours every single day. You literally sat here responding to my 16-minute video for an hour. It literally took you getting banned on Twitch for you to go to the dentist and get those circa 1923 pennies you call teeth looked at for the first time in 20 years.
I completely forgot that was the case, by the way. And how I think before you sleep. Yeah, imagine being so proud about a fucking neurotic dipshit like Asmongold, who had to get banned for like, what was it, 2 weeks or something? No, it wasn't the first ban, I think, that made him end up going to fix his teeth. No, it was the 2 week one. It was the other one where he was proud about cleaning his room, where he got like banned for like a day or some shit. Dude, imagine being saying that this is like your main streamer, and you're proud about the fact that he was able to fucking clean his teeth for like the first time in his life, or clean up his room for the first time in a long time. Like, I mean, it's one of those things where like conservatives, they constantly try to project themselves to try to seem like they're the normal ones, when in reality, when they're celebrating shit like that, it's like, do you know how abnormal and ridiculous you guys make yourselves seemingly come off as when you're celebrating the fact that it took like that long for your dumbass streamer to clean his fucking goddamn teeth, and it took a Twitch ban in order to do that? Like, you guys are aware how ridiculous that makes you sound, right? Right? I hope it does.
Years. You have literally nothing better to do. You just don't have the balls to admit when you've been had. And friend, you were had. So I'll have to re-explain the start-stop buttons for you, Zach, because you were too pussy to respond to my previous video, where I cooked your monkey ass for over an hour. You know, the one where your excuse for ducking me was, an hour is too long for me to grift. That's like...
Yeah, it is, because the viewers are going to get bored. It takes too long. Like, we've got other things we need to go through and talk about. I don't have all day to talk about one thing.
I love the Freudian slip here. Instantly...
Like what, by the way? Like, I genuinely have to question, like, what other fucking bullshit does Asmongold have to go over for... where he can't just like sit there and look at a fucking hour-long fucking video? Because if you ever look at any of Asmongold's coverage on any political topic, it's the most surface level like dog shit on the fucking planet. And I sit there and I genuinely wonder, how the fuck are people interested in engaging with this complete like dreck ever? Like, how are these people entertained? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense to me. It's strange.
Demonstrating why having low impulse control and pausing before you fully heard a point being made is a bad thing. I said an hour is too long to grift. He immediately pauses and says, yeah, an hour is too long for me to grift.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't it strange how you responded to the video where I barely talk about you at all, where you lied and claimed I called you racist the whole video?
That's sad. Wow, mic drops, I know. So basically, this guy spent his entire video calling me racist.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
If I recall correctly, because I've watched the first Birdman video, the 17-minute one, essentially Birdman's position is that Asmongold's claims are racist, which is true. Asmongold's claims are racist. Now, I would personally say that he himself is also a racist, right? Well, not for lack of a better term. That is completely the correct term to use for someone like fucking Asmongold. There's a bunch of history. There's videos talking about, like, Asmongold's sort of, like, usages of certain gamer tags, referring to certain racist figures. But, you know, tomato, tomato, potato, potato. A lot of his, like, dumbass audience would make the argument in position saying, like, oh, no, that's not racist. That's just a historical figure. Why are you having such a problem with the historical figure there, lipcuck? It's like, that's not the fucking point. Like, the dude's known to be a pretty bad fucking racist. I think it's like before he had Asmongold, it was there was like a Surf's tweet about this from like a while back, explaining Asmongold's like old dumbass gamer tag, not gamer tag, but tag on fucking WoW. But it was like a reference to some like old fucking goddamn racist, and it's just like, okay, bro, nice meme. It's like, it's one of those things where it's just like, bro, like, you think you're slick, but in reality, you're really not.
Yeah. Let's ask the AI. Does the Birdman
AI?
specifically call Asmongold a racist in this video? Explicitly label
So that says no. Oops.
Asmongold a racist, but he does argue that the claim Asmongold made on social media is racist.
True.
Bam. Flat.
He doesn't understand it. Oh no, he's too stupid. He doesn't get it. He doesn't know. XD, he doesn't know. He does not. El no sabe. No sabe.
Banged, stunned into silence. This is precisely what he was trying to avoid by not responding to the other video, as it's full of moments just like that. Instant debunks to the bullshit this moron says. He lied, and we have proof that he lied. These are the things he doesn't want his audience to see, so he comes up with the too long excuse while responding to a 16-minute video for an hour. I'm not even going to get into him being unable to read.
Does the Birdman specifically
Wait. Does he not know how to pronounce the term specifically? Wait. Is this what happens when you watch a little too much Nick Shirley? Has Asmongold been watching a lot of Nick Shirley? Nick Shirley also mispronounces a lot of the words he says as well, because Nick Shirley is also, like, literally, like, 2 IQ.
Specifically?
I just can't read.
So, was he only saying
Reading is
is this the other video? Let me go back and see it. I haven't seen it at all. Let me go pull this up. Right, okay, so there you go. You're literally, your own AI evaluation says this.
This moment was extremely damning for—
Can he not read? Asmongold, have you been reading too much not reading, but listening to too much Nick Shirley? Because Nick Shirley also is incapable of reading. It says, does not explicitly label Asmongold as a racist. Do you know what the term explicitly means? I don't think he knows what the term explicitly means, guys.
For Asmongold. First, he proves in real time that his comprehension skills are extremely limited. He saw YouTube's AI clearly state, no, the Birdman does not explicitly label Asmongold a racist in this video, but instead argues the claim he made on social media was a racist claim. That's like almost word for word what I said in that first video.
This is true.
So this brings us back to Zach's tweet. Yes, this claim is racist because it was made by a racist whose entire purpose was to denigrate an entire continent to uphold white supremacist narratives like eugenics. So you see, the point—
Again, and this is, I believe, also the same thing that the Birdman said in the hour-long video, the second video on Asmongold as well, where he was talking specifically about Somali migrants. Now, Somali migrants, right, as indicated by fucking Richard Lynn, he thinks that they're all inherently subhumanly low IQ and therefore are incapable of integrating at all with society because of the IQ test that he did on specifically only one, I believe, refugee population, refugee camp rather, of Somali not migrants, but refugees specifically, fleeing from the civil war. Richard Lynn basically tried to use that as an excuse to conflate that to all Africans. Should really tell you for about 3 seconds why that's incredibly fucking idiotic, but whatever. Asmongold is not very, very intelligent, and neither is Richard Lynn, because it's Richard Lynn. Have you seen what he looks like? Yeah, people who look that fucking ugly tend to be incredibly unintelligent. If we're talking about the reasonings for as to why a lot of, generally speaking, a lot of Somali people, broadly speaking, have issues, for example, it's because of a lot of factors known as such as colonialism, socioeconomic factors within Somalia as a byproduct of the civil war that happened when America and also the Soviet Union took particular sides in helping to collapse the government within Somalia. That's why Somaliland, for example, exists, but Asmongold doesn't know any of that because he's an idiot. And it makes sense that there was a lot of refugees that ended up, say, leaving Somalia because of that civil war that happened within the 80s. But does Asmongold know about any of that? No.
The point I'd made was a direct refutation of the claim that Zach made. He'd made a tweet defending Donald Trump's claim that Somalis were low IQ, and my response was an entire video proving that Trump's claim was a racist claim, by going into the history of that claim and showing that it originates...
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. Well, crazy.
From Richard Lynn, a self-proclaimed racist. Again, I'm saying the claim Trump made was racist, and Zach was arguing that it wasn't. In other words, we're not even talking about Zachariah Hoyt. We are talking about Donald J. Trump. Literally at no point in that video did I call Zach a racist, and that's what YouTube's AI communicated here. Somehow, he thinks YouTube saying, no, Birdman didn't call you a racist, is YouTube saying, yes, Birdman did call you a racist. This guy's a moron. And
sorry, bad news. Asmongold can't read. Yeah, he can't read.
second, Zach's screen is proving that he pre-watches videos he reacts to on stream. If you look at the URL bar when he goes to search, he has a pre-made URL replete with the exact timestamp he needs to attempt to prove his point. So as you...
Well, that's a little interesting. Wait, Asmongold, I thought you were a genuine fucking reactor. I thought you cared about genuine reacts on your fucking What happened? Now, listen, I at least have the wherewithal to say, like, I'm a dirty fucking pre-watcher. And listen, yeah, I'm a dirty fucking pre-watcher sometimes. I've already watched this video before. It's a good fucking goddamn video. And it's just, it's one of those fucking things where it's just like, dog, nice way to make yourself look as, like, uncredible and stupid as fucking possible consistently. And this is just, like, a consistent pattern of behavior with a lot of these fucking jabronis, right? Like, it's the line that I think I, generally speaking, have, like, the biggest fucking problems with this. Because it's just like, listen, if you admit to these things, then that's, like, fine. Like, whatever. Who really cares? It's like, oh, okay, whatever. But none of these people are ever fucking honest in their, shall we say, claims or positions. It's just, like, it's just fucking, it's just annoying. Like, honestly, it's just annoying.
As you can see, his reactions are not honest or genuine. He comes into these streams with ready-made talking points and pretends he's watching these things for the first time, proving that he was afraid of showing his audience my rebuttal video.
So let me close up. Listen to it.
Brings us back to Zach's tweet.
Right.
Yes, this claim is racist because it was made by...
Racist. There we go. No.
He said the claim is racist. Asmongold, he said the claim is racist, right? Do you know how the English language works? I feel like I'm going to be saying this, asking this question constantly during this. I'm going to be asking Zach here, do you know how the English language works? Did you pass, like, 4th grade fucking English?
Oh, he's not saying you're racist. He's saying everything you're saying is racist and made a video about it. Right, of course.
Video where I spent the length of a short film ramming my fist up your ass is the one you ran away from.
It's too long.
We heard you the first time, coward. You don't need to pause every other second to reassure us, you insecure bitch. If you think your audience is so brain dead they can't sit through more than a couple of seconds of someone else talking, perhaps you should stop contributing to that and train them better.
I have bad news for you, Birdman. I think his audience might be that genuinely fucking stupid. You've interacted with his fucking audience. I'm gonna be honest here. The people that call themselves Asmongold fans they are really not putting their best foot forward.
Red means shut the fuck up, I'm still talking.
What is this?
Green
Is this
means
from his other video?
it's your turn to speak. You seem to have
confused.
difficulty understanding when someone hasn't finished making a point.
How the fuck are you confused about red light, green light? Like, Asmongold, have you ever driven a car before? It's a similar concept. I hope that does Asmongold have a car? Does he drive? I'm curious. Just a little fucking curious.
Okay. So I have to get elementary on your ass.
So he made this. So he made this video for me.
Who else would I be making the video for? I'm using second-person pronouns, dipshit. Unlike you, I'm not
Jesus
afraid to
Christ.
directly address the person I have a problem with, and I don't have to send my audience to go do my dirty work.
Well, that's nice.
That is also true. Like, why the fuck would he ask the question of, oh, he made this for me? Like, yeah, dumbass, you're in the fucking thumbnail. Of course it's being made for you. No shit. Jesus Christ. Alright, man. Very cool.
Nice.
IQ, after all.
Okay.
Anyway, a few days ago, Zachariah here posted this tweet in response to Joe Bartolozzi refuting the claim that black people are more likely to commit crimes than white people.
Right.
Let's have a listen. Often resort to property and violent crime. A 2021 study published in the NLM found that more...
This, by the way, all of this is true. It doesn't refute my argument at all. This.
Okay. Then why the fuck would you say it's true? And what do you mean that it doesn't fucking refute your argument? Right? Like, what does that mean? His argument was saying that socioeconomics is quote-unquote a cope, right? And that black people are a beneficiary of systematic racism. First off, what the fuck is systematic racism? Like, what does that mean? What is systematic racism? That's the immediate fucking question that I have to ask. Like, people who are benefiting specifically from racism or something? Like what does that mean? What does that mean? Right? Are we talking about people who are benefiting from, say, I don't know, like policies or something that are racist against a particular group of people, or what exactly? Like, what is systematic racism? Do we know exactly what that means? Because personally, I don't think Asmongold knows what that means. Because he's trying to say that DEI and affirmative action are examples of systematic racism. That's not true or accurate whatsoever. DEI and affirmative action are systems that are essentially trying to correct for systemic fucking racism, of which there are plenty of instances of that you can point to throughout the history of the United States of America, like redlining, like gentrification, like slavery, obviously, like hiring, racist hiring practices. There's plenty of stuff that we can fucking point to and then say DEI is essentially trying to help not compensate, but trying to help deal with that particular issue. And then we'll have, like, Asmongold idiots basically say, oh, what do you mean? Like, why should we be dealing with this fucking issue whatsoever? That's a thing that doesn't exist. That's not a thing that happens anymore. It's just like, okay, just because a thing does not particularly exist anymore means it's gone, right? Certain things will adopt particular names, but still be effectively the exact same fucking goddamn policy. It's just rebranded. This is a thing that happens consistently throughout history with a lot of racist policy. Essentially, the tides will turn, socially speaking, on a particular policy, and then a lot of these politicians will basically be like, what if we just kind of do the same thing, but we rename it and slightly change it here and there? That's a very, very common fucking thing. But since the original name of the practice has been outlawed, doesn't mean that the actual practice itself is gone. That's just not how that works. I don't think he actually understands the word systematic, TBH. He just hears the words in his right-wing brain. It says that word equals bad, Lamau. You stole my thunder there a little bit, Zane, because that was exactly what I was going to fucking say. Since we're operating with Asmongold here, and he is extremely fucking stupid, his lizard brain basically activates. He sees word is therefore bad, and as a byproduct of hearing word, Therefore, I have to come up with like cope reasons and excuses to explain to my idiot audience for as to why this particular concept is bad. Because that's how Asmongold operates. He sees word, his lizard brain triggers, and he thinks it's fucking bad. Which is, should really go without saying, an incredibly stupid way of thinking.
This does not refute my argument in any capacity.
We know it's all true. Because I said it. You see, Asmongold, you've come up against a person that tirelessly does the actual research, puts that research on the screen, and places the link to that research in the description of the videos so that anyone can fact check those claims. Unlike you, I know what I'm talking about and have the entirety of scientific discovery backing up the claims that I make. You're just some guy that talks into a cheap microphone at an audience that can barely comprehend anything more complicated than a Harry Potter book. This part of the video isn't me refuting your argument. It's me cleaning up the argument Joe made and providing evidence that his claim is true, which you just agreed to, by the way.
By the way, all of this is true?
Try to keep up, hillbilly. You're demonstrating a lower IQ than those Somali people you were talking about.
Oh, man, dude. God, that's fucking funny as fuck. I mean, it's just... Asmongold, maybe you should have fucking finished college. Maybe you literally should have done anything else with your life besides trying to be to become a fucking streamer and just say the most, like, low IQ fucking dreck and bullshit on the fucking planet, bro. Maybe people would not be hating you as much. You know, it's just some food for thought, bud.
But yes, obviously people that are poor commit more crime. Yeah, duh.
Interestingly, the study also found that the more equal the distribution of resources, the higher the trust equilibrium, and that increasing punishment severity.
Trust equilibrium is also established by having a homogenous society that's not multiracial.
There is, I think, literally zero evidence to suggest that... Okay, because he's basically doing the exact same argument that a lot of racists, broadly speaking, say in, say, like Norway or fucking Sweden. They basically say that, oh, well, because of how racially homogenous these particular societies are, therefore, that is why they have better trust amongst one another, because of how racially homogenous they are. That's not exactly how that works. There are cities out there, and also, I'm not sure if it's states, but there are cities out there that have basically a bunch of differing fucking races living in there, and they have high trust amongst one another. There's a ton of fucking examples that you can point to. I think Birdman himself says that one example would be Singapore. Singapore has a ton of differing, like, ethnic groups and demographics living within that fucking city, and it consistently outperforms the US in terms of a bunch of socioeconomic sort of sort of positions. But Asmongold doesn't know about any of that because he's really fucking stupid.
Or multi-ethnic. There's also another factor for that. So if you think that's the only vector that you should use, you would also be advocating for that too?
Guess what, Zach? We have a study for that.
Uh-oh. Not studies.
Here's a study by Sturgis et al. That specifically addresses this very concern. In that study, they found that there was no effect of ethnic diversity on generalized trust, and that the effect on strategic trust is trivial and dwarfed by the effects of economic deprivation.
Like, does Asmongold, for example, think that trust is something that's, like, I don't know, genetic or something? Like, I have to ask this question. Does he think that trust is something that is a genetic thing? Because that's, I think, the only way you can possibly come to that conclusion. That trust is something inherently genetic amongst the races. Which is obviously fucking stupid. Obviously. Yeah, man. There sure have not been a ton of, like, multi-ethnic empires that have been extremely fucking successful and lost trust amongst one another because of how ethnically diverse they were. Like, I mean, it's just fucking stupid. There's just no evidence to claim that that is the case.
In other words, you're wrong. But what else is new? You're also forgetting places like Singapore, which is arguably more culturally diverse than the United States, yet is richer per capita, dramatically safer, and ranks higher than the US on multiple quality of life metrics. Almost like racial homogeneity creates trust is an incredibly reductive explanation for social stability, and that functioning institutions, economic opportunity, and social cohesion matter a hell of a lot more.
Which is, by the way, the main thing that a lot of fucking lefties will say is the main sort of factors of what builds a healthy, successful society. Oh, it's socioeconomics, not racial fucking homogeneity. That's a bunch of fucking cope bullshit by all these dumbass motherfuckers. But then again, does Asmongold care about any of that? No, because he's trying to sell a particular product, and that is the fact that he's a really, really dumb, low IQ fucking racist.
is not effective at this goal. And that particular piece of information relates to our pal Pigpen here, where he has routinely argued for more severe punishment.
Yes,
Looks like
correct.
science disagrees with him. Surprise, surprise.
Science. This is, by the way, this is not science. Sociology and everything about this is not science. It is
So technically speaking here, is what Asmongold is saying here correct? Yes, technically speaking, sociology and a lot of the humanities are not actual sciences. Not in the same way as, say, biology or physics or, well, even math, for example. However, the way that these things get studied and the way that they are engaged with is scientific. They are a form of fucking science. If you say make a claim, it has to be proven in peer-reviewed studies, in various fucking academic fucking journals, similar like that of a lot of the quote-unquote hard sciences, like your physics, your biology, whatever, blah, 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 blah. There's a reason why it's called fucking social sciences, Zach, because it studies social aspects of humanity. And that can vary, of course, by area, by culture, by, well, demographic, I think, sometimes. Yes, by gender as well. Very, very fucking often, right? Yes. So, technically speaking, he's correct in a extreme fucking technical sense. But in reality, not exactly. A lot of the exact same methods, for example, for engaging with humanities, with social sciences, right? I don't know if Asmongold remembers this from school. There's a reason why it's called like social sciences and social studies back in school. He probably doesn't know that because, again, he's an idiot, but whatever. We are dealing with Asmongold here, and he is really, really, like, astronomically fucking stupid. But there is a reason why it is called that specifically, right? Because a lot of the ways that these topics are broadly speaking broached and engaged with is in a, well, scientific sort of manner.
Aaron consensus. That's all there is.
I actually kind of agree with Zach here. Sociology isn't a hard science, and this is what he meant to say. Hard sciences like geology, biology, and chemistry measure things that are objectively true no matter the context. Soft sciences like sociology are types of science that measure things that are more often subjectively true, because we are dealing with humanity and its various cultures, things that can change depending on the location and even time. Where we diverge is that this discussion is literally about sociology's specific field of study. Humanity. Nearly every study we can produce about human behavior is sociology. Asmongold himself is using sociological concepts when he refers to things like race, a social construct. Hell, the discussion of crime stats.
Well, the problem is with this Birdman, well, not with the point itself. The point that Birdman is saying is correct here, obviously. The issue is that these people don't think that race is a social construct. They think race is something that's like hard encoded into someone's fucking DNA. Like, this motherfucker does repeat shit from Richard Lynn and Charles Murray like all the fucking goddamn time. And those guys think that race is something that is hard encoded within a human's fucking DNA, which is obviously fucking stupid. We are dealing with incredibly fucking stupid people here, though.
Itself is a form of sociology. Just because sociology isn't a hard science doesn't mean it's not useful, especially in the context of human beings. Otherwise, you're left trying to explain things like crime primarily through biology or racial essentialism rather than material conditions, poverty, education, and opportunity. And that's what gets you called racist on the internet, Zach, because that is not supported by any form of science. It's just you talking out of your ass to sycophants that clap like seals anytime you open your rotting mouth. And that's what makes you a grifter, because you tell racist people what they want to hear so they continue to enrich you. I tell you people what you need to hear.
See, okay, this is where I think, slightly fucking disagree here with the Birdman. I think this is just, I don't think Asmongold is intelligent enough, maybe not intelligent enough, that's not correct to say. I don't think Asmongold, honestly, is a fucking grifter whatsoever, because I think he's too stupid to be a grifter. I don't think he knows what being a grifter is, because of the fact that he's just too dumb to know what it is. I'm going to be honest here. I think a lot of the stuff he says is genuine. But, I mean, it's all obviously fucking wrong. It is genuine because of just how dumb he is. Does it kind of make sense what I'm saying here? I mostly just think the reason why he says a lot of the stuff that he says is because of just bro just has such a fundamental fucking lack of education. Like, that's mostly the biggest issue here. I mean, if I recall correctly, Asmongold did not. I think he dropped out of college, if I recall correctly. He also, I don't know if he was impoverished himself. So I know that he's had poverty in his life. So, and we all know that there is poverty, generally speaking, has an effect in terms of like academic fucking attainment, because a lot of impoverished areas do not have as well funded schools, which also affects academic attainment of the students, for example, right? That is also a fucking thing. So it may be that is partially some of the reasoning for as to why Asmongold is as much of a fucking idiot as he is, because since he grew up poor, he probably did not go to a fucking good school, if I were to take a bet. And as a byproduct of him not going to like a good school or whatever, he became extremely fucking stupid as a result.
Thanks, agreeing. Yeah, this video is very obnoxious, but that's fine.
Cry about it, bitch. Your entire existence is obnoxious.
Yes, like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini. Yes, and Texas education is also fucking shit. But yes, I think the reason he's more popular, too, he's genuine about it. Like, you know it's not kayfabe. Yes, because with a lot of conservatives, you know it's a bunch of bullshit. And if you look into the history of, say, the Michael Knowleses of the world, or, say, Ben Shapiro's of the world, you know that with a lot of those motherfuckers, they do not have a genuine belief or bone in their fucking body whatsoever, right? Those motherfuckers believe in absolutely nothing. They're a bunch of Hollywood and radio fucking rejects, right? Who used to do a lot of those sort of like platforms before and engage with like, say, the Hollywood and engage with, say, a lot of mainstream sort of culture that exists within the United States of America. They didn't have the chops whatsoever, and as a byproduct, they all decided to go into conservative grifting because, well, it was useful for a lot of people within power to essentially have these grifters and morons to try to present their positions, the positions of the billionaires, as something that is genuine and sort of like, oh, this is a broader consensus that is in existence amongst the American people, when the exact opposite is the case.
But we are still inundated with your bullshit anyway. Fuck you. Anyway, similar findings have appeared in studies examining crime in Mexico, Indonesia, Canada, and across the European Union, like this one here, where it's shown that people who are at risk of poverty report experiencing higher crime in their local area.
This
so you
is
see,
true.
this pattern is global and not unique to any ethnic group.
Now, Asmongold, I know that this might be fucking difficult for you, but this is what's called socioeconomics. Hey, also looking at you, Asmongold fucking fans, this is what is called socioeconomic analysis. And that's why, like, say, the fucking... Okay, let's put this in, like, a meme format, okay? Very, very easy. That's why, in the Maxor video, when Raiden is talking about socioeconomic factors being the measure of what a successful country is... That's why he talks about that, because those are the actual metrics that a lot of people, generally speaking, use in order to say this is what makes a successful country. And the United States of America being really, really fucking low on the wrong, despite being one of the richest countries in the world, is genuinely very, very frustrating, because it's like, yeah, the United States has literally everything in order to be as successful as possible. It's just they don't have the political will to, well, do it.
Poor community.
It isn't unique to any ethnic group, but different ethnic groups and different age brackets and genders commit crime at much different rates.
This guy is hearing and...
I mean, stupid. Just wholeheartedly fucking incapable of engaging with anything. It's like, dog. No one ever fucking mentioned that whatsoever. It's like, okay, thank you for bringing that up for like literally no reason. Thank you, Asmongold, for saying this for literally no reason. Stupid. He's just stupid, man.
and watching me prove him wrong, agreeing with what I said, and then immediately contradicting himself. No, Zach, ethnic groups do not commit crime at different rates when you correct for the very factors that you just agreed to correct for, you idiot. The only outlier on your list is gender. Yes, men commit far more crime than women do, but that's not what this discussion is about, and you only said that to fill out your otherwise incredibly thin and evidence-less soliloquy. We are talking specifically about...
It's like... The funniest thing about all of this, right? Maybe not the funniest thing about all of this. The thing specifically with this, with like Asmongold trying to bring this up specifically, is I think he's doing it because he hates women. We all know how much Asmongold does not like fucking women, right? He constantly talks about like Karens all the time, right? I think he does it because he hates women.
Ethnicity, and I just proved, with evidence on the fucking screen behind you, numbnuts, that people do not commit crime at different rates when corrected for the factors that lead to crime in the first place. You are starting at the outcome instead of the cause, dumbass. We are talking about...
Also, this is another thing that a lot of these a lot of these fucking dumbasses generally do as well. This is very, very common. Essentially, what they want is like a reinvention of the wheel. With the video that I mentioned before earlier, where I just said like, yeah, Asmongold and Tectone do not like black people. All these dumbasses, it's same with Tectone, by the way, they're essentially trying to reinvent the fucking goddamn wheel, right? They're trying to say like, oh, we don't want this to be based off of race. We want this to be quote unquote based off of means. It's like, okay, yes, I agree with this. Problem. If you take a look at the means, who has the fucking means? For example, black people do not have those means, whereas in comparison with a lot of other ethnic groups, they have more means in comparison to black people. If you do a constant fucking look at all the studies in terms of socioeconomic factors, black people within the United States of America consistently rank amongst the bottom. Why? Because of a lot of the historical policies that used to exist within the United States of America that have made it such that is the case. And a lot of these fucking idiots, and I know they're going to appear immediately, right? And they'll say like, oh, well, that doesn't mean that they should do crime. Oh, well, that's just a complete fucking cope. You're not fucking engaging with any of the point whatsoever. It's just like, dog. You guys are trying to like basically recreate a process that's already trying to be dealt with affirmative action and DEI. You guys are just too stupid to fucking understand that the only reason why you do not like those terms in particular is because you've been propagandized to by a lot of fucking idiots. Like, that's the fucking issue. And generally speaking, this is why a lot of people get fucking frustrated dealing with like Asmongold's fucking morons and fucking sycophants, because it's just like, dog, this is like literally the thing that we're all saying, yet you dumbasses just don't agree with it because your lizard brains activate because you heard a certain word, so therefore it has to be bad because it's a fucking word. And it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, then like you these all a lot of with a lot of these fucking dipshits, they also just like genuinely wonder like why people treat them like the idiotic fucking children that they are. It's like, because you are an idiotic child. Like, you're just stupid. Like, it's really not my fucking problem if you're too stupid to understand the basic fucking points that I am outlining. Like, that's really not my problem. Like, I told you what the fucking position was, what the point is, what the policies were, what the position, what the fucking take is, the reasoning for the take, yada, yada, yada. You just don't like it because it's a fucking particular word and it goes against the idiotic narratives that you have been, I don't know, spoon-fed. It's like, okay, bro. Like, and a lot of these fucking jabronis constantly wonder why everybody fucking hates their guts so often.
The cause. But more than that, you have no evidence for the claims you're making. You just talk and expect people to take you at your word. I showed you mine. Where are your statistics? Where are your studies? Where's your evidence? You're on the internet. There's nothing stopping you from using Google and proving what you're saying to your audience. The problem is, if you did that, your Google search would prove you wrong in real time. And as we all know, just like the reason you don't stream difficult games anymore, you're deathly afraid of looking incompetent in real time. And
ooh. Okay, that is a thing I did not fucking know. Or I guess I could have made an assumption about it, right? This is, generally speaking, why Asmongold probably doesn't really look a lot of stuff up whatsoever. Because, again, if he wants to get, like, educated on stuff like this, it's like, I mean, there's studies about this. Birdman constantly does his due diligence of putting out fucking sources. Yeah, 32 fucking goddamn sources. If you want to read some of this stuff, Asmongold, because we all know you're probably going to watch this anyway, more than likely. Well, not my video, but probably the Birdman's video. There's sources right here, bro. You can fucking read this stuff. It's not really difficult, unless, like, reading is, like, an impossibility for you. Like, you can't do that anymore or something because your brain is just, like, metastasized to the point where your ability to read is just, like, non-existent, which, okay, honestly, I say that, and that could be entirely fucking possible, to be quite honest. And it's just like, dog, this is something that's been broadly looked at and studied for the latter part of about 50 to 60 years, maybe longer. We know about this stuff. We all know about the byproducts of all these fucking policies that have existed in the United States throughout history. You just don't want to fucking engage with it because it would make you look really stupid. Like, that's really about it. Yeah, true, Boy Meets Mini. He is right-wing Hasan.
An insecure coward, in other words.
True.
So in order to determine whether somebody is going to commit crimes or not, or what the probability of them doing that or not, the way that you do that is through a multifaceted approach. There's not only one factor that...
Birdman literally said that in his original video, you fucking idiot. It's just, when left-wingers, generally speaking, talk about the correlative factors of crime, they say that very often the main thing, the thing that has the vast majority of effect on crime, is poverty and socioeconomics, because of the numerous amounts of studies that say so, right? Because a lot of these dumbasses will also constantly say, why do you keep constantly saying that the only thing is socioeconomics, left-wing loser and cuck? My fucking dumbass streamer, who definitely doesn't look at fucking studies, has said that's not the fucking case. How about that, lefty lip cuck? It's a bunch of other factors instead. It's just like, yeah, I know, numbnuts. I'm saying that because of all these various historical policies that have existed within the United States of America, which are still present in some form and function to this fucking day, we can say that they have had an adverse fucking effect on, wealth inequality within the United States of America. But people, broadly speaking, acknowledge and understand that, yeah, there is other factors. This particular factor, that being socioeconomic disparities, is the main factor. It is the one that has the outright largest fucking effect. That's what people are saying, you fucking idiots.
Goes into committing crimes. If there was, and that was the only factor that mattered, then you would see poverty that would have a one-to-one correlation between every single other instance of these different demographics.
Again, literally, nobody ever fucking says this. You are just, again, random fucking goblin. It's a jibber jabber. It's the jibber jabber.
Crimes, but that's not the case. And the reason that's not the case is because it's not true.
And would you like to share those other factors with the class, Zach? Or will you just be saying words like all other charlatans on the internet? I mean, disregarding the fact that this entire video is me providing multiple factors for a crime, it should be trivial to back up the things you're saying. But somehow providing evidence for the claims you make is something you just can't seem to do. Flat earthers also just say the earth is flat, but they have yet to provide photographic evidence of that being the case. So, like...
Dude, the fucking videos of flat earthers, for example, going to Antarctica, because I think... Which... Was it NASA that offered a bunch of flat earthers a trip to Antarctica? It was some organization that offered a bunch of flat earthers a trip to fucking Antarctica during a particular time in the season. I think around the winter solstice, or is it summer solstice? I think it's the summer solstice, to show essentially the sun never going down for about 24 hours. Yes, there's some organization that offers this explicit fucking surface. Yeah, to see the 24-hour sun. And a bunch of those flat earthers, some of them actually do take the offer and go. And they live stream it there. And the funniest thing that happens, I think this is in an H Bomber Guy video. It's either H Bomber Guy or I think it might have been a it's either H Bomber Guy video or it was a Sean video. It's one of the two. Doesn't ultimately matter, obviously. And you see with all these fucking flat earthers, like instantaneously, they're just like, whoa, I was wrong the whole time. And you want to know what their audiences, generally speaking, did? They were just like, this is a bunch of fucking LARP cope shit. Like, you're a globey, you're a fucking globehead, yada, yada, yada. And all these fucking all these motherfuckers were generally just like, oh, they were just accepting none of it. It's incredible to me. Professor Dave Explains also fucking covered it. Like, there's a lot of differing content creators that have covered this phenomenon of a particular sort of, or I just don't remember the name of the organization. I'm not sure if it was NASA who did it or if it was some other organization. But they told a bunch of flat earthers, okay, come during the fucking solstice and you can see the 24-hour sun. And a lot of those motherfuckers were just like, huh, wow, I no longer believe in flat earth. And their audiences started fucking attacking them, which means that a lot of flat earthers, like Asmongold, are also fucking grifters. It's very, very funny. Yeah. Guys, I've been had. I'm a fucking globo homo enthusiast who loves round earth. It's over for me, guys.
Them, we can safely disregard the claims you make until you provide evidence. And no, Zachariah, talking is not evidence. Just saying, everyone knows it's true, is not evidence. Produce empirical evidence or stop making claims you cannot substantiate.
Sorry, Birdman, that's like impossible for these people. These guys have like it's like an epigenetic sort of aversion to fucking evidence for any of their fucking claims.
The same socioeconomic mechanisms observed in poor Black American neighborhoods are observed worldwide amongst people of entirely different ethnicities and cultures. Even the white supremacist favorite non-white country, Japan, experiences higher crime rates when poverty and unemployment
the lizard brain's gonna activate.
Rates rise, as shown in this study. Moving slightly west, South Korea is experiencing what they call a silver crime wave, where the
It's actually crazy that somebody can be this stupid.
Agreed.
Doesn't even fucking engage with like literally anything whatsoever. Sees thing Japan, clearly you're fucking stupid. Genuinely why do people fucking watch this guy? Like, I just don't fucking get it. I'm saying that a little rhetorically. I know why people fucking watch this guy, because he is really, really honest in his fucking stupidity.
It's really crazy that somebody can think that poverty is the...
Also, by the way, something that I've noticed in this fucking video, right? Just to like, you know, a little fucking pointer to Birdman, for example, right? A lot of his fucking audience members maybe... Okay, I think his YouTube audience is completely lost. Just a collection of complete fucking morons and schizophrenics. I think not everyone in his Twitch audience is lost. Because some of them say, wow, he's not even saying that. You're not being honest or engaging with anything with he's saying. Which then makes me ask the question, like, okay, if you can recognize that Asmongold is fucking wrong when he talks about a lot of this stuff, why the fuck do you watch him then? Like, why do you watch him if you can recognize that he's being dishonest and wrong about a bunch of stuff? Which is... I'm not trying to knock the fucking people who say that stuff. It's like, okay, that's good. That's a step forward in, you know, recognizing that the dude's a fucking dumbass. Great. Fantastic. Why do you watch him? Like, I don't get it. I just don't understand. What is, like, the sort of, like, propensity to want to watch this complete fucking moron lie to your face constantly? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, why do you do it then? Like, what entertainment value is essentially being brought here by Asmongold when he just says a bunch of idiotic fucking bullshit that we all know is provably wrong and incredibly fucking stupid? It's just... I just don't get it. I don't understand. I would like to know. I think it's like you said, Boy Meets Mini, right? they like the fact that he is genuine in his fucking stupidity because, and they're telling on themselves like a little bit there. They themselves are also that incredibly fucking stupid.
The only defining variable that has to do at all with crime. It's unbelievable. It's genuine. It's genuine.
Oh yeah, and like a bunch of them say like, dude, it's red. Because I forgot to mention this as well. Yeah, like a bunch of people within his chat also unironically mentioned like, dude, it's fucking red. Why are you talking right now? He literally told you that when it's red, you don't talk. Like, what are you doing?
Impressive.
Does anyone else notice a distinct lack of me saying poverty is the only variable in crime? I'm almost certain Zach just listened to me clearly state the same.
Yeah, this is, by the way, the same thing that happened to me in the video where I say, like, yeah, Tectone and Asmongold just hate black people, which is true. They do just hate black people. I also say the exact same thing. Like, socioeconomic factors are a majority sort of problem within black fucking neighborhoods. But is it the main thing? No, there are other factors as well that exist. But socioeconomics, that's the fucking big one.
Socioeconomic mechanisms in poor black American neighborhoods are observed worldwide amongst people of entirely different ethnicities and cultures. I guess when he heard me say mechanisms with an S, his sperm cell-sized brain overheated. But then it's also strange that immediately after I said that, I put a study concerning Japan on the screen where it clearly states that unemployment is also a causal link to crime. You see, what Zach just tried to do here is called a straw man argument. My argument was far too difficult for him to refute, so he has to change the parameters to something I did not say and attempt to force me to argue against it.
Honestly, okay. I don't disagree with what Birdman is saying here. I don't think Asmongold is capable of making any form of arguments. Like, we are just dealing with someone who is this genuinely fucking stupid. Like, really, really fucking dumb. Like, I know he went to college, but he wasn't able to finish, obviously. And he's been so inundated for, at this point in time, years in, like, the dumbass right-wing like sloppulous propaganda that I think, genuinely speaking, his brain has like metastasized to the point where it's essentially like unwieldy. Like you can't use his brain is incapable of any other fucking function besides spewing all of the extremely stupid, idiotic fucking shit constantly that comes out of it.
Nah, this guy's like a 2D drawing attempting to hide something from a 3-dimensional being.
Wealthy people don't get caught? Well, wealthy people, so this is the reality. The poorer you are, the higher the probability is that you will commit crime. However, there are also different genetic variabilities. There are other cultural variabilities. There is gender as well. Here, if
okay, for he had it there for like the first quarter, and then he talked about the genetic variability. Again, there is literally zero evidence to say that there is again an epigenetic rather sort of crime gene amongst fucking black people or minority populations. The people who make that argument are obviously, racists. Very, very interesting. Yeah, it's racist to generally say, like, if you're a part of a particular race, you are more likely to commit crime, which is obviously not the fucking case. Very, very fucking stupid.
If income is the main predictor on whether people would commit crime or not, who do you guys think commits more crime? Rich men or poor women? And by the way, poor women? Well, do you want to look it up?
So,
what the fuck does this have to do with really much of anything? I think the only reason why he's bringing this up is because the hatred of women gene is sort of like taking over here for Asmongold. Because we all know this motherfucker really, really does not like women.
Zach continues on with his straw man argument here, asking Grok the dumbest question you could possibly ask in this context. Who commits more crime in the U.S., poor women or rich men? As I stated earlier, men commit more crime than women do, so his question is flawed and assumes I don't agree that gender impacts crime statistics. Since poverty is one of the mechanisms that factually correlates with crime, the question he should have asked was, who commits more crime in the U.S., poor men or rich men?
But like I said before, I think the reason why he's specifically talking about women here is because he hates women. It's about the hatred of women here, specifically.
the liberty of using the exact same source Asmongold uses, Grok, and lo and behold, his own source says poor men commit far more crime in the US than rich men. It's almost like
Shocker.
when you ask a relevant question, Asmongold easily gets debunked.
And I can do it with race too.
That's true,
Which
Fox, maybe.
group commits more crime? Poor Asians or black African Americans?
You mean rich African Americans?
In the U.S. Oh, sorry. Let me go. Or sorry, rich.
No, he's asking Grok specifically. Boy Meets Mini.
Look this up. Or rich. Excuse me. There we go.
He got
If
there.
it was only income,
Good job.
you wouldn't have this.
So that was a struggle, but he finally managed to get through it. And I'd like to remind the audience that this is why I will sometimes use an AI chatbot to dispel the things these people say, because it's clearly a source that they will accept. Now, I know some of
I can understand this sort of position, right? Obviously, like, I don't think you should trust anything that comes out of the fucking AI bots whatsoever, to be honest. They are not a fucking source that is reliable whatsoever, blah, 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 stipulate, stipulate, stipulate. But unfortunately, if we're dealing with fucking right-wingers are really fucking stupid, and they are incapable of, or rather, not that they're very fucking stupid, they are all fucking against intellectualism, right? They essentially think that, well, unironically, some of them will think that science is Jewish if we're going far enough down the fucking pipeline, but whatever. But a lot of these dudes, inherently, when it comes to their fucking ideology, have to be for anti-intellectualism. They have to be for the ideology to make sense whatsoever, because if they were for intellectualism, then they would not be on the right. Like, they just would not be, right? If they looked at studies, if they examined studies, if they performed studies and looked at things and read stuff, then they would not be on the right. They would not. If they got fucking educated, they would more than likely, or be less likely, to be on the right. That's the fucking thing.
Some of them are disingenuous and will try to discount these chatbots when it disagrees with them, but again, that only further demonstrates why they are grifters and not people to be trusted. Anyway, the question isn't who has done something, the question is why have they done it? Notice what just happened here. In my video, which we all know he has pre-watched, I explained that crime is influenced by a web of factors like generational poverty, segregation, over-policing, education disparity, and social conditions. And Zach's...
Which is, by the way, a lot of the exact same stuff that I mentioned in the fucking original video I had when I covered this fucking take. I said that the majority factor is socioeconomics, and there's a lot of policies that you can fucking point to, right? Policies. Here is examples of all these policies that you can point to that have led to these fucking outcomes. And all these fucking dumbasses will just, like, come in there like complete fucking dumbasses, like, just the collection of biggest fucking morons on the fucking planet, and just say, like, have you ever considered all this other stuff? It's like, yeah, I literally say that's the fucking case, but whatever. Like, you people can't fucking listen to the video because you don't care. Because you people are unironically propagandized to fucking dumbasses. Because you just hear a word and then your lizard brain fucking activates, and then all of a sudden it all becomes thought-terminating cliche.
Response was to ask an AI chatbot for a racialized crime comparison between two arbitrarily selected groups. For example, what are Asians? Is he referring to East Asians like the Japanese and the Mongolians? Southeast Asians like the Thai and the Vietnamese?
This is actually a very, very good point here by the Birdman, because a lot of these countries are going to have differing socioeconomic conditions. Many of these countries are going to be highly varied and, shall we say, different in terms of their cultures, their religious practices, in terms of how they deal with socioeconomic factors, in terms of policy. It really fucking depends, because it turns out Asia's got a lot of differing, shall we say, diversity of fucking people and colors, for lack of a better term. Lots of different types of people live in the continent of fucking Asia. Lots and lots of people. But then again, if we're talking about, like, fucking Asmongold here, it's all, like, zero-sum game. It has to be, like, literally only this one set of people, blah, 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 blah. Why further complicate anything? Because we're really, really fucking stupid. I think what you mean, Boy Meets Mini, is to them, aka the right. The only sort of area that they quote unquote consider Asia is Japan, because of a lot of the, well, racist sort of policies that Japan, generally speaking, has in terms of its immigration fucking policy. That is why.
Asians like Indians and Afghanis. And even if that stat is true, it still would not prove what Zach clearly wants the audience to infer from it, that black people are inherently more criminal than other groups. If I tell you one group has a higher outcome than another group, that does not magically prove the cause is biological. You still have to explain the mechanism producing the disparity. But Zach skips all of that and jumps straight from different outcomes exist to implying ethnicity itself is the explanation. He is once again starting at the outcome instead of the conditions producing that outcome. I've spoken about this before, that white supremacists on the internet stupidly argue that personal wealth solves societal issues. This is why we have guys
Which is really fucking, yeah, dude, yeah. If you're just a rich black capitalist, therefore you don't face systemic fucking racism. Yeah, bro, totally. Like, a lot of these people also don't think that fucking over-policing is a thing as well, because that's what it is. And here's this fucking, I don't know, literal thumbhead asshole trying to fucking explain this shit.
Like Nerdrotic trying to argue that Michael B. Jordan should be fine with someone calling him the N-word because he's rich and has sex with women.
And anybody feeling sorry for...
Dude. I have sex. That means I'm okay with being called the N-word by all the women I have sex with or something. Like, it's okay, bro. Really fucking stupid.
Millionaire Michael B. Jordan, who's out there slaying pussy left and right in his 50 cars because,
Oh, and by the way, this is a thing that very often a lot of these right-wingers will do consistently. They will very often adopt, like, left-leaning and left-wing sort of coded language in order to try to go after a lot of their fucking detractors. They do this all the fucking time, saying, like, well, this person is rich, so therefore you should inherently have a fucking problem with their line of behavior because they're rich. It's like, that's not the fucking point, dumbass. Like, we can have, again, problems with right-wingers, not right-wingers, but with, like, a lot of these actors for actual fucking good reasons. Not just for the fact they are quote-unquote fucking rich. That's fucking stupid. Like, you can have a problem with, like, an opinion that a fucking actor has. Because, again, if we're talking about the relationship of actor to fucking studio, it's very obvious how that fucking relationship works. There is one side that is obviously proletarian, and that is the actors. No, if you are rich, you are still can technically be a part of the proletariat because of, again, it's about who owns the means of production, which is the studios. They are the ones who own the means of production. This is the basics of fucking Marxism, okay? It's really, really easy, actually. So, yes, streamers, you can say, even if they are highly successful fucking millionaires, or, sorry, for example, content creators, can be a part of the proletariat, because if all the platforms, for example, instantaneously disappear overnight, they are not going to have a place to work, and they won't be able to create any more fucking content. There is a obvious class relationship there, in a Marxist fucking sense. But these motherfuckers don't understand any of this because engaging in fucking class politics and analysis is anathema to them. Because, again, we're dealing with a collection of fucking morons and ranting and roving and raving schizophrenics.
Because he's been successful, and good for you. Don't. Okay, he's fine.
Those two things have nothing to do with each other and completely ignores that, yes, wealthy black people are still subject to societal issues, chief among them, over-policing. A rich black man is far more likely to...
Yes, and because, again, another thing that a lot of these motherfuckers will constantly do is talk about, well, rich black people commit more fucking crimes in comparison to poor whites. And it's just like, have you ever thought about the reasoning for as to why that might be the case? That maybe, just maybe, there's a funny little crime bill that existed in 1994, which is not that long ago. You should know about this. And, well, they're all in fucking support of it, but whatever. Because these people are dishonest hacks. There's a funny little crime bill from 1994 that Joe Biden helped to author, right? Yeah, the Biden fucking crime bill, right? If we need to, like, jingle some fucking keys, we can say it's the Biden crime bill because, yes, it was Biden who helped author that fucking shit. there's a crime bill that existed in 1994 that made it such that black people got fucking over-policed. That's the fucking issue. That is why a lot of fucking police departments will essentially try to arrest a lot of fucking black people, will generally speaking get arrested or accosted by police more often than that of fucking white people, especially no matter what their socioeconomic strata is at that particular moment in time. They can be rich, they can be poor, so long as they're fucking black, they will be fucking accosted by the fucking police because they're just black. Because that shit was fucking racist.
To be pulled over in a Ferrari than a white man is. A rich black man gets the police called on him for trying to take money out of his bank account. A wealthy black man got arrested for trying to enter his own home after the police were called because a witness thought he was trying to break into his own house. As for Grok's answer, the source it uses to answer Asmongold's question is City Journal, specifically this article where they do exactly what I said these groups do in my last video. Attempt to weaponize Asians and Asian Americans against black people.
It's, for example, that's the fucking model minority shit right there. They love the model minority stuff, right? Because again, there was a lot of tensions between black people and Asians throughout the history of the United States of America. That not mostly spurned on by a lot of various policies that were taken from within the United States of America that have spurned a lot of all this sort of strife, I guess, for lack of a better term. But do any of the racists care about any of that? No, they don't give a shit about that. And by the way, it's a constant it's also very, very fucking ignorant of the fact that if we are talking about a lot of these fucking races, so for example, black people, Asians, Europeans, or not Europeans, Latinos or whatnot, a lot of these people do not face as terrible fucking systemic factors as in comparison to fucking black people, which overall then goes back to the point that has been raised and is probably going to be raised here consistently by the fucking goddamn Birdman is, black people being a part of the lowest socioeconomic rung within the United States of America because of hundreds of years of fucking policy making it such that that is the fucking case. But none of these people care about that. Because they're dishonest.
City Journal is a conservative website published by the Manhattan Institute for Policy Research, the very same institution that Charles Murray belonged to.
Oh, that's
Murray is famously one of the authors of The Bell Curve, the many times debunked book that argues for racial disparities in IQ. Doesn't that sound familiar? Anyway, it's clear those publications have an anti-black bias, and the piece in City Journal that Grok is citing here is not a peer-reviewed paper and is published as an op-ed. And since Asmongold didn't show us the other sources Grok used, electing to simply accept Grok's answer, I asked Grok the exact same question and assessed the sources myself. It gave three main sources for its claims: the same City Journal article Asmon showed, a 2016 study where they examined incarceration, and that'll be important in a bit, and a 2021 study conducted by Dylan Small of the Wharton School. Since we've already covered the biased City Journal article, and remember, it's just an article, not a peer-reviewed study published in a scientific journal, I'll focus...
Dude, imagine fucking, because that's another thing that these motherfuckers will do. They'll just, look at an article and just, take it at face value, not really understanding the value of what an article is supposed to impart, for example. Let's be honest here. The reasoning for as to why a lot of left-leaning people, generally speaking, refer to articles when they are talking about a bunch of their fucking points. The reason is because if we're talking about news stories and whatnot, right, and stuff that is generally speaking being reported throughout the news, it's because, again, we're talking about this in a modern fucking context for modern fucking stories that are happening right now. Obviously, there's not going to be a peer-reviewed study or journal made immediately based off of whatever idiotic fuck shit that happened just a couple weeks ago in terms of, I don't know, an important fucking policy passed by the United States of America. For example, a lot of the bullshit that Trump, generally speaking, doing with, say, the MAGA/fund or whatever. There's not been any studies done into that quite yet. So very often, what you have to do is you have to refer to a bunch of articles to say, here, this is what is happening with this particular thing. Here's this article talking about it, blah, 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 blah. And then you just have a discussion around the fucking positions that are laid out in the article. You agree, you disagree, blah, 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 blah. A lot of these fucking dumbasses can't really make differences between what an article fucking says or what an study fucking says, because in reality, a lot of these dudes do not care about those fucking differences because they're generally speaking too stupid to understand what they are.
Focus on the other two sources as they are actual studies. In the first study, the researchers sought to examine the likelihood of incarceration of young people as it intersects with wealth, finding that this likelihood was higher for black cohorts. However, they notate that a limitation of this study is that since they don't know the nature of the crimes committed, the wealth accumulation could have been a result of criminal activity. This means this study isn't relevant to what we are talking about because we aren't talking about people who were criminals and became affluent through criminal activity, which by itself disqualifies this study as a source for Asmongold's claim. Further, incarceration does not mean one has—
Wait, Asmongold you already fucked up this fucking goddamn claim with the Grok answer with the articles that I was referring to, which is why, by the way, you should not be using these fucking AI chatbots as primary fucking sources, because again, a lot of the stuff that it fucking refers to, and given the fact that we're talking about Grok here, which is Elon's fucking dumbass chatbot, which he's been basically trying to do everything possible to make as racist as possible, which is why it's not really a reliable source whatsoever, and it should not be being used as a primary source, which, by the way, people within his chat was also saying, do not use Grok as a primary source. That's a really bad idea. I don't know, man. In like every single way to Sunday that Asmongold could potentially look like a complete fucking idiot, a complete dumbass, he just constantly does everything possible to make himself look as stupid as possible.
Committed a crime, as our favorite chatbot has so generously decided to answer for us. So Grok's sources are 0 for 2. In the Wharton study, the researchers' conclusions are nearly the opposite of Grok's claim, that black individuals of the same socioeconomic status as white people in Philadelphia were at a higher risk of being shot, not that they are statistically more likely to commit crime. This is not an answer to the question Asmongold asked. This is—
Oops. Asmongold, this is why you have to read and not take anything that Grok says at face value, because Grok is wrong consistently. And because it's been programmed to essentially be wrong.
why you do the actual research, you goofy bastard.
So this is, I don't know how a person can be this stupid. I really don't. It's sad.
Irony.
Eyes of poverty in its aging.
He never said that. He did say that.
So there is hope for Asmon's audience after all.
That's so fucking funny. He's being called out by his own fuck. You know, maybe we're not all wallahi fucking cooked. We're not. Everyone get your fucking hopium. We're getting the fucking hopium out. We are not fucking cooked. Let's fucking go, boys.
Perhaps I treated you too harshly, daughter. Someone in his chat correctly pointed out that Asmon is lying to his audience, attributing claims to me that I did not make, and he immediately shut that person down and continued lying. Gangsta Yosh,
Shocker.
You are noticed.
He's implying that the reason why there's a difference between crime is because of socioeconomic status. And even when you control for socioeconomic status, there is a dramatic variance in crime based off of ethnicities.
Again, that's not what the Birdman said. Why do you have to I have to ask this question. It's very, very fucking important to you fucking Asmontards, okay? If Asmongold was fucking correct, for example, right? If he was fucking correct, why would he have to lie? Like, I just want to ask you this question. Why would he have to lie? Why lie? Why? Why? I have to ask this question. Are you going to answer that question? Why lie? Probably not going to answer the question, are you?
And as we just proved, he doesn't actually have a source supporting this claim.
It is a defined fact that is statistically represented.
But the broader statistical relationship between resource deprivation and crime appears repeatedly across continents and populations. This is why many scholars argue that racial disparities in crime are better understood through the lens of concentrated poverty, inequality, historical segregation, and access to opportunity, rather than race itself.
The funny thing about this is that...
Oh, allow me, Zach. The funny thing about this is that you just heard me say that poverty isn't exclusively the reason communities engage in crime, listing off multiple different factors, and you had no response to that. The whole beginning of your video has been you arguing against a position I don't even hold, something Gangsta Yosh tried to tell your moronic ass. Hell, Big Cat here also tried to warn you that your usage of Grok would backfire on you, and you still put out this video anyway.
Oops.
Oh, if I could only see the look on your face when you pre-watch this video and decide not to respond to it.
Black people are the only group of...
Who would have fucking thought? Oh, Asmongold is incapable of reading or paying attention. Shocker, I know.
People that's ever been discriminated against in America. That's it. No other group of people has ever been discriminated against in America at all.
No one fucking says this, by the way. Who says this? Again, since we are specifically talking about what Joe Bartolozzi said, right? He's talking about black people. So is the Birdman. So we are talking about black people here in this particular instance, because this is another thing that these motherfuckers will do constantly. Say, black people are not the only ones who are being discriminated against. That's not what we're talking about. Like, black people are the only people being mentioned in this particular conversation. Why are you bringing in all these other groups? People have acknowledged that, yes, a bunch of other races have been affected throughout history in the United States of America. For example, for Asians, Chinese Exclusion Act of the 1800s, I think it's 1850s, and also Japanese fucking internment during World War II. And let's not even talk about what's going on right now with the Latino, the Hispanic population within the United States of America at this current juncture with ICE. Yeah. Stupid.
This is a surprise. I didn't know this.
If you spent as much time brushing your teeth as you did erecting straw men, you wouldn't look like a $16 truck stop prostitute when you smiled, Zach.
How many teeth did you lose? I have a single-digit number of actual real teeth left.
I'm gonna guess it's probably less than 5. And these motherfuckers love to call me Temu fucking Asmongold all the time. I got bad news for you dipshits. I still got all 32 of my pearly fucking whites.
Is it trigger black on it? Yeah, I don't know. I think this is an AI voice, so I'm not even sure if this guy's black in the first place, but who knows?
Let's...
Dude, the Birdman literally streams on YouTube. You can watch his fucking VODs? Why would you say that, you stupid, stupid motherfucker? He literally streams with a webcam on so you can see his fucking face. So why would you say he's an AI voice? Jesus Christ. You are fucking stupid.
Cut the shit, Zach. My channel is older than yours. I was the #1 ranked Blanca player in the world back when you were doing your first World of Warcraft raid and still had a tangible hairline. I have videos older than your entire YouTube channel.
He's flexing.
I can't possibly
He's
have been
ulting.
AI before AI existed, dumbass. You stole this weak AI voiceover idea from your dumbass fans who were so thoroughly impressed by my melodious voice. They're only
Wait. Why am I like this is my very, very surprised face. I'm so surprised that this is the case, that Asmongold would take a stupid fucking line from his dumbass idiot chat, who also regurgitates a lot of the exact same fucking idiotic slop that he likes to regurgitate to them. And this is the same thing, for example, that Kilotonics talks about in his video about Hasan Bad and the hysteria around Hasan Bad specifically. A lot of these motherfuckers will always cross-reference and react to each other all the fucking time. And it's just like an incestuous cycle of fucking just dog shit and fucking slop, dreck, complete nonsense. Creating this, like, maelstrom of just complete fucking dog water. And, well, this is what happens when, I don't know, you genuinely fucking engage in that shit. You just become way more stupid as a result. Yeah, that's a good point there, Clay. How do we know that Tactical Templar doesn't have an AI voice? That's true. His voice could be an AI voice play. That's true. It could not be real. Or maybe Tectone is not real, right? Tectone obviously streams the fucking webcam, but I don't know. So does the Birdman. But somehow Asmongold still thinks that the Birdman's a fucking AI voice. How do we know? I have no idea. I have not seen any empirical evidence to suggest that Tectone is not a fucking just like a random amalgam of flesh that's being like puppeted around by some, I don't know, some puppeteer, and is not just having his voice generated by some AI program. I don't know. I have no idea if we were using the Asmongold system here.
course, was to cope.
The comments, man, I love the chat right now. Blanca deserves more respect.
Oh my god.
Do you know who I am?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's got a webcam. Soy! Point! Oh! He's got a webcam! Whoa! Oh my god. It's not an AI voice. It's a human being. Wait, wow. Oh my god. That's crazy.
You're looking at the #1 Blanca player on PlayStation in the world.
He's flexing.
Me. Look up the rankings for Street Fighter 4. Me. Now, currently, it says #2. Let's look that up real fast. I want to show y'all something. All right, so here you go. In the rankings, if I go to Blanca, let's get past him. Would you look at that? Look who is at the top.
I think Blanca as a Magic the Gathering card is pretty cool. I thought they implemented his mechanics. I know he's got he like shoots electricity. I don't know much about Street Fighter. Honestly, I'm not much of a fighting game guy. I played Smash. I like Smash. Smash is fun, but that's like saying like I'm like the little kitty going into the fucking kiddie pool of fucking fighting games. Okay, I will admit I'm a complete tourist when it comes to fucking fighting games. Okay, they just weren't really my thing, as you could probably tell from the fact that I'm fucking playing Factorio of all things. But isn't there like a thing where like Blanca, he's like got electricity or something, and he rolls around like a ball? That's like a shtick or something. I have no idea. And he's also like he's like a green man sort of thing. I have no idea. Maybe I should look this up, because now I'm curious. But I thought his Magic the Gathering card was pretty cool. Like, it was a very, very unique take for a commander, a Gruul commander to be specific. I thought it was like, ooh, that's interesting. Instead of doing like big fucking dumbasses with ramp or landfall, I thought it was cool. I don't know. That's really about it.
Now, you'll see that this Japanese guy is in first place, and I'm in second place. This is the world, by the way. So you can see it's not just American flags, it's all flags. This guy that's in #1 boosted to get past me. So this is not a real ranking.
That's
I'm
crazy.
actually #1 in the world, and I had been #1 in the world for like 7 straight years. You can actually find people uploading videos of me on YouTube because they beat me. And obviously they're not going to upload me beating them. So it's a big deal when you beat the #1 guy. I am a Street Fighter player. My main is Blanca. My main character is Blanca, and I play with Blanca. I've been playing with Blanca since like 1992. That's why my avatar is Blanca.
Jesus.
It's because I'm a Street Fighter player. This is what I was known for. I was a part of a fighting game clan for the longest. I was our resident Blanca player. And, you know, when I started uploading videos on YouTube, I didn't have an avatar. So I was like, hey, I'm a Blanca player. Let me just, use Blanca's visage. And that's why Blanca is my avatar. So for you to sit here and suggest that Blanca deserves more respect, well, you're looking at the respect, motherfucker. I am Blanca, nigga. I am the guy. That's me.
He's him.
Anybody want to see me in this game, step up.
I don't know. I think that chatter probably was saying that you need to, I guess, like, metaphorically Hulk out and become green like Blanca. Maybe that's what that guy meant. I have no idea.
The reason black people are associated with crime in the United States is because black Americans have historically faced disproportionate levels of concentrated poverty, segregation, underinvestment, and systemic exclusion from economic opportunity.
None of that stuff makes you steal makeup from a CVS. None of that.
Okay, this is also another thing that a lot of these motherfuckers will say all the time. You being black and being in a poor socioeconomic sort of standard doesn't inherently make you fucking steal makeup from a CVS. It's like, dude, other fucking races also steal from a CVS all the fucking time. It's not... The reason why people steal from a CVS, and this is the same thing that was being constantly mentioned in another video of mine where I talk about... It was the Hasan doing a interview with the New York Times talking about shoplifting with from a bunch of like big box fucking stores, right? All these motherfuckers keep constantly talking about like, they're not stealing necessities all the time. They're stealing stuff like fucking makeup, and it's just like, okay, first off, do you think that's just like a thing with black people? That black people are the only ones who are stealing fucking makeup and shit? Like, are you trying to imply that black people are the only poor people on the fucking in the United States of America? That's kind of like woke and DEI of you to say. Well, that's a little fucking interesting. I'm just saying. I'm just fucking saying. Kind of woke. That's kind of woke, kind of DEI, kind of woke of them all to say. Let me tell you, folks. So there's that immediately, right? If I want to just be like as fucking dishonest as possible. A lot of poor white people also steal all the time and do shoplifting consistently. Now, I never say that shoplifting is a fucking good thing, right? I constantly talk about how shoplifting, for example, is a byproduct of bad socioeconomic outcomes, right? People don't just steal out of nowhere because it's like an epigenetic sort of desire to want to steal. That's fucking stupid, right? No one just steals because they want to steal. That's dumb. Idiot. The reason for as to why a lot of people, generally speaking, are going to start stealing within the United States of America, and we can, for an example, use COVID to talk about this. The reason why a lot of people started stealing during COVID, more and more, and a lot more looting started happening during COVID, is because of a lot of fucking socioeconomic downturn as a byproduct of a fucking pandemic that was washing through the entirety of the United States of America and the rest of the fucking world. That is why. But these dumbasses don't know about any of that stuff because, again, we're dealing with a collection of fucking morons.
Makes you commit murder. None of that makes you go out and violently rob people. The idea that this is somehow okay or acceptable or anything else, this is also immediately disproven.
Again, this is another thing that these motherfuckers say constantly, that a lot of left-wingers will say that, why do all these left-wingers keep saying that it's okay to do crime? Nobody said that. Literally, nobody said that. I would love for you to point to one individual on the left who says, I am okay with black people committing crime. I would love to fucking see that. A clip, anything whatsoever. Because I can guarantee you they're not going to find it. Because it just does not exist.
Proven whenever you control for socioeconomic factors. Immediately this is disproven. No, it's not because of that.
Would you like to commit to a thought?
Fucking stupid, dude. Like, unironically. Hey, Glenn. Fuck. You can go fuck yourself. You can go suck my dick. You can lick my fucking shit. You can suck my taint, lick my fucking balls, and you can go fuck yourself. I could give less of a flying fuck about your sensibilities. If I want to say fuck, I'm going to say fuck. I don't care. Go fuck yourself, you stupid bitch. Boy Meets Mini? Exterminatus. That's if Boy Meets Mini's here. He might not be here. Bastard.
And finish it? What's with the random switch of topics? One thing at a time. No one has said these socioeconomic factors make any individual do anything. What was said was that those factors contribute to conditions that lead people into crime. And again, you're dog whistling here. Are you suggesting that black people are the only people that steal from CVS, rob people, and commit murder? No, they're not, right? Okay.
Damn, that's a lot of offenders of murder within the United States of America. It turns to be mostly white people, which again makes sense why that is the case. Because again, who is the majority population within the United States of America? It's white people. Yeah, it's white people.
Hey then, so your argument then has to switch to something like per capita or they are more likely to. And now we're back at square one. You are not explaining the why, Asmongold. You are describing an is. The sky is blue. Notice that's not explaining why the sky is blue. This is the question scientists are answering with the studies I have provided. The why.
Mm-hmm.
This is also immediately disproven whenever you control for socioeconomic factors. Immediately this is disproven. No, it's not because of that.
It's
Notice
not.
how Zach hasn't provided a source for this claim? Yeah, I noticed that too. And it's as I said, Google is a few clicks away. I mean, he already gave us something from Grok. Why won't he do this for all of his claims? He's engaged in a fight with a guy whose weapons are sources, and he came with hobo breath.
And also, this wasn't even what I said, by the way. So none of this even had anything to do with it, period.
It's almost like I'm still providing evidence for Joe Bartolozzi's claim or something. We can barely get through it because you keep pausing, even with the indicator to stop pausing. You think I'm putting your goofy ass face on the screen for fun?
And again, the funniest thing about this shit is that constantly a bunch of his fucking viewers are saying like, dude, shut up. It's red. Red equals shush. Like, Asmongold is, like, genuinely, does Asmongold drive a fucking vehicle? Does he drive a car? I'm very, like... Does he have a car? I hope that Asmongold does not drive a fucking goddamn car if he's too stupid to understand that red means stop and green means go.
You've forgotten what I'm even talking about because you have low impulse control and the inability to shut up for more than 15 seconds. Conditions that criminologists and sociologists have repeatedly linked to higher crime rates across every population on Earth, regardless of ethnicity.
Of course.
Once black American slaves were freed, they immediately faced...
Whoa, wait a minute. We're talking about freed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we got rid of slavery.
See what I mean?
If you want to make the fucking argument that slavery was gotten rid of because of the Emancipation Proclamation, do I have some bad news for you? Because, you can honestly make the fucking goddamn argument that actually slavery was over in 1965 because of, let's just say, some really weird fuck shit that happened within the United States of America. There's an unironic article of some family keeping around this fucking one black guy as a, like, basically like a permanent a servant, basically, more or less a fucking slave, hundreds of years after slavery was supposedly ended within the United States of America.
This man lacks the ability to shut up and listen to what someone is saying. If you would let the video continue to play, you'd see that I'm referring to two things. The immediate aftermath of Juneteenth, a period of time where, yes, there were still slaves, mainly because a lot of slaves simply did not know they were free and their slave masters weren't going to tell them, and a metaphorical free, where to this day, institutions are set up specifically to entrap black people to force them into the for-profit prison system.
Sorry, unfortunately for you, these people cannot read the 13th Amendment, nor understand what metaphor is. Literary devices, Birdman, is unfortunately very difficult for these people to understand.
Sounds like freedom to me.
So this has always been my outlook about it, is that there have been a lot of groups inside of America that have been oppressed, that have been denied opportunities, or having other things that are like that. Anytime that you're advocating for an advantage for one group of person versus another group, fundamentally what you're doing is you are trying to institutionalize racism. You are trying to implement and enact racism.
So would Zach just...
Okay, stupid, obviously, for a ton of fucking goddamn reasons. I don't know how many times it has to be told to these extremely troglodytic fucking dumbasses, but... there is a reason why affirmative action and DEI fucking exists. There is a reason. And it's not because a bunch of black people just wanted, I don't know, for to be inherently racist to white people or whatever the fuck. That is fucking stupid. They exist for a very, very simple reason, and that is because there are still a bunch of, systemic discriminations and problems within the United States of America when it comes to racism. It still fucking exists. There's still problems to this day, and that is the point that left-wingers constantly talk about over and over and over again. Yeah, just like you say, Fox of Fate, 13th Amendment still allows for slavery as a punishment for crimes. It most certainly does.
Just communicated here is the oft-repeated white supremacist talking point that equality is a zero-sum game, that reducing discrimination against one group must somehow come at the expense of another, as though fairness itself is theft.
Which
but that
is
worldview
stupid.
only makes sense if you see social progress as a hierarchy, where one group must remain beneath another for society to function properly. Capitalism. In reality, expanding access to education...
The Birdman talking about... Can we get some fucking Pepes in the chat, please? The Birdman explicitly mentioning capitalism here. I'm intrigued.
Housing, employment, and civil rights does not take away from anyone else. It simply means more people get treated like full human beings under that system. The fact that some people interpret equality as oppression says far more about how accustomed they are to unequal treatment than it does about the people asking to be treated fairly.
This is
And
true.
the reality is that the people that are poor, that are white, probably has less advantages than somebody who's rich, who's black. So I do agree that people should get, help, but
Yeah, man, because, like, if you're white, you're gonna get randomly pulled over by a fucking cop driving in a fucking Ferrari. Okay, bro. I would like... What kind of fucking car does fucking Asmongold drive? I would love for him to start driving around in, like, a fucking Bugatti or a Lambo or whatever the fuck, and see if he gets randomly pulled over by the cops.
But it shouldn't be done on a racial basis. It should be done on a means basis, on an income basis. That's obviously what should happen. But yes, the quote, freed the slaves. Yeah, they actually did free the slaves. Oh my God.
We face discrimination, a lack of economic opportunities, exclusion from wealth-building
We
institutions.
fixed all these, by the way. We fixed all these.
We literally have not.
Like what, how? Fix what? What, all these things have been fixed? In what way? Yeah, man, these have all been fixed. How? I would love to know how. How, Sway? Like, I'm gonna be honest here. How have these things been fucking fixed? In what way? How? Just how? How? They're never going to say how, are they?
The very image you have paused on the screen is referring to the denial of bank loans to black people. This is still happening today. In a 2022 analysis conducted by Che and Mattingly, it was shown that...
Which, by the way, this is what redlining is about. Again, loans being denied to fucking black people because they are part of a particular fucking neighborhood. That's redlining, Asmongold, a practice that still happens to this day.
Black borrowers are still denied for loans at a higher rate than any other group, at nearly twice the average. It literally did not matter what the purpose of the loan was for. Black people were denied the most in every single category. But we fixed it, right, Asmongold?
We
It's
fixed all
fixed.
these, by the way. We fixed all these.
Guys, it's
The other
fixed.
two things I listed before he paused the video were discrimination in hiring and a lack of economic opportunity. According to a 2021 study, people with black-sounding names had a reduced probability of employer callbacks. We fixed that, though, right, Asmongold?
Guys, it's fixed.
We fixed all these.
Segregated housing,
Dude, it's fixed,
unequal
bro.
education, targeted policing, and widespread racial violence. Each of those things on...
Isn't it crazy how a lot of that widespread racial violence kind of just disappeared? I feel like we don't really see a lot of that anymore. We don't. And when we do, it's the other...
I'm gonna tell you right now, this motherfucker is so fucking full of shit. I would love to not see this dumbass ever, like, tweet or complain about, like, random, like, videos of fucking black people fighting one another. Because the thing that a lot of these jabronis do constantly, they'll just, like, post random videos of fucking black people fighting one another to imply certain things. You can probably tell what these dumbasses are trying to imply by saying, like, look at all these, like, dastardly blacks constantly fighting with one another, and these left-wingers expect for us to want to integrate with with them, and it's just like, bro, fuck out of here with this bullshit, dude. Like, I know exactly the stupid shit you're pulling with this. Like, you're not fucking slick with this dude. It's stupid, 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 stupid.
other way around.
Is it? Are you sure about that? Is there white American slavery, white lynchings, white race massacres, Jim Crow terrorism against white people,
Never
a new
really
Red
heard of this
Summer,
stuff, guys.
state-enforced segregation, mob violence that is openly celebrated by institutions? Because that's what I'm talking about. The historical reality of widespread racial violence that was organized, systemic, and socially sanctioned attempts to subordinate an entire ethnic group. Because you got your ass beat in a Target by Pookie and Ray Ray for shit-talking in the produce aisle is not what I'm referring to, dumbass. Racial violence against black people was and is organized. Black people aren't putting on ghost costumes and burning wood in your front yard.
This doesn't refute my argument.
Also, by the way, real quick, there's no, I don't know, like, white sundown towns. That's not a fucking thing as well. You've never heard of the quote-unquote white sundown town. That's just not a thing.
Or my position at all.
Black people were subjected to all of them at the same time. The United States created a permanent underclass in the form of black Americans.
It's a permanent underclass? If it's a permanent underclass, then how...
Uh-oh, Birdman, you used one of the trigger words for this fucking dumbass. Uh-oh, stinky. Trigger word.
Barack Obama become the president?
What you just said.
Yeah, man, systemic racism has been defeated because of Barack Obama becoming the fucking president. Holy shit, that's fucking hilarious, bro. Sure, bro, totally. There's totally nowhere instances of discriminations against, like, black hiring, against black people getting fucking hired, and also redlining or gentrification within fucking neighborhoods because Barack Obama became president. Fucking moron. He's so fucking stupid, bro.
Is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Real.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
It is an injustice that this man is able to...
Honestly, I'm going to be honest here. May God not have mercy on his soul. Jesus Christ. If we're saying that fucking stupid shit, like, nah, fuck that, bro.
influence so many young people through the internet. He truly believes that this was a rational response. He didn't laugh. He wasn't pretending. He actually thinks that an individual member of a historically lower class becoming the president means there isn't a permanent underclass. Asmongold...
Wait, maybe, okay, actually, no, I got it. I think the reason why Asmongold thought that is because he listened to the Wiz Khalifa song, My President is Black, My Lambo is Blue, and basically just took that to heart, and therefore systemic racism is defeated. Maybe that's what it is.
Is actually unintelligent, people. This is by far the stupidest thing I've heard him say, and he has montages on YouTube, hours worth of stupid comments. What he just did is the equivalent of pointing at a billionaire and saying, well, I guess poverty doesn't exist. Obama becoming the president is significant precisely because of the history of exclusion. And even then, Obama is half white and grew up with white middle-class Americans. Obama...
Oh, and by the way, real fucking quick, that is why, for example, media representation is very, 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 very fucking important, right? It's to essentially show that well, the American dream isn't necessarily fucking dead, even though it is effectively dead, but whatever. But it's to show to people that better is potentially fucking possible, right? That there is an opportunity for people to try to have the fucking American dream. Here's the problem, though. If we're talking about, like, a lot of these, like, dumbasses within Asmongold's sort of cohort of individuals or whatever, they would prefer to literally do everything possible to not have it such that the American dream is possible for the vast majority of people. Because, again, we're dealing with an ideology that is inherently fucking exclusionary.
Didn't see the kinds of generational poverty the majority of black Americans do. Using him is hilariously weak because he's not even close to a representative of a typical black American. And you people still wanted to literally lynch him.
This is true.
There's plenty of successful black people. What are you talking about?
Per capita. Finally, I get to use this against y'all. Of all the racial groups in America, black Americans are on the lowest socioeconomic rung, per capita. Strangely, you think that anyone is arguing that there are zero wealthy black Americans. And that is because you are stupid. Apparently, I'm the first person to tell you this, Zach.
Yeah, nobody fucking, like, that's a really good point there by the Birdman. Yeah, like, literally nobody says that there are no wealthy black people. Like, it's fucking stupid. It's like, yeah, of course there's wealthy fucking black people, dumbass. Duh. A lot of fucking black socialists very often have problems with wealthy black people, criticizing them for a lot of fucking reasons. They will also very often talk about how, black capitalism is not the solution to systemic fucking oppression. Just being better at capitalism, forehead, is not going to do anything in order to address a lot of these systemic issues that, broadly speaking, exist within, well, the black community.
You're dumb. Freeing formerly enslaved people without providing meaningful economic restitution, equal protection under the law, or fair access to housing, education, and employment, while simultaneously...
Historically, this is inaccurate, but current day and in recent history, this hasn't really been true. Like, at least not really.
Yeah, that's just, again, like, literally, there's just studies just proving that this is not the case. And also, again, we don't even have to fucking talking about the systemic sort of, like, injustices within fucking hiring practices. I've mentioned this before, but unironically, if, for example, your name is, like, Tyrone or fucking Shaniqua or some shit, you are less likely to hear a fucking callback from an employee. I'm sorry to say, Asmongold, but that's fucking racist, buddy.
Early in my lifetime. Like, maybe you can point to, like, one example of, like, some racist law in, like, Mississippi or something, but overall, we've gotten rid of a lot of this.
Then it's a good thing I am talking about history, isn't it, Zach? You're still on the section of the video where I'm supporting Joe's argument with relevant data and evidence. You admit what I am saying is true. Good. The next step is recognizing that these factors still majorly affect the conditions of today. If you didn't eat breakfast this morning, you might feel hungry later. Cause and effect. If historically black people were...
Sorry, cause and effect, that's too much of a complicated sort of, that's a little too complicated for Asmongold's tiny, tiny fucking brain. I think you need to sort of talk more on his fucking level. I mean, he doesn't even understand the concept of red light and fucking green light, for fuck's sake, dude.
Or denied access to valuable real estate, then what we should see in the modern day, if what I am saying is accurate, is a significant gap in home ownership. And lo and behold, that is exactly what we see. Cause and effect. How is it possible that you accept that these things happened, but at the same time deny their residual effects? How is it possible to be this brain dead? Pop quiz.
It's because, okay, listen, I'll say this again. It's because these people have lizard brain. Like, unironic, it's just fucking lizard brain. These people don't, like, think through any of their positions. It's all fucking vibes and feelings to them, right? For as much as, like, all these, like, dumbasses love to, like, bitch, moan, and fucking complain about the left, quote-unquote, being the ones who argue with their feelings instead of their facts, right-wingers love to consistently put their feelings over their fucking over the facts consistently, which makes perfect sense given how much of a pseudo-intellectual sort of movement the right wing inherently is throughout the entirety of the planet and history.
Is ass on mold. What do you do when you don't have access to decent education, can't get a job, live in a slum, and can barely feed yourself?
You burn down the CVS, you steal makeup, you shoot each other, and you kill people, right? That's obviously what the solution is. Because that's the only logical...
Literally, nobody fucking says this, you stupid, stupid motherfucker. Nobody says this. Like, it's like another thing I hate with these extremely dim-witted motherfuckers. Like, just wholeheartedly, they are just incapable of engagement with, like, basic sort of, like, thought. They can't do it. It's like... impossible for them.
Thing that a person could do. I mean, it's not like they could get a job. It's not like they could educate themselves. It's not like you could do any of this other stuff. No, I believe that people have agency. They clearly have agency. What are you talking about?
No, the fuck you don't. You don't think that people fucking have agency. If you thought that fucking people had agency, Asmongold, then you would not be constantly talking about fucking trans people in the way that you did. Right? Do you really think, for example, that a trans person wants to transition for fucking clout reasons, for example? No, the fuck they don't. If people have agency, you don't fucking think anyone has agency. I highly doubt that you even have fucking agency. No. You just want to be a fucking asshole, and you want to be inherently discriminatory to a bunch of fucking minority populations. For what purpose exactly? Because you're a fucking freakazoid little fucking racist, bro.
Because you're poor, so it's okay to rob a CVS?
No one ever says this.
This is like the most retarded logic I've ever heard.
I agree.
Again, nobody says this. Ever.
So yeah, no, being poor isn't an excuse for stealing. Being poor isn't an excuse for killing people. It's not an excuse for being violent.
Good thing nobody says this. Moving on.
You can't have a world where that is. Like, if that was the way the world worked, everything would be chaos.
Statistically, you turn to crime. It's not a black thing. It's a human thing. Notice how through all that incoherent rambling and shadowboxing that straw man, the moment I say statistically you turn to crime, he had no response? Right, because no one said any of that stuff was okay. What was said was, it happens, and here are the contributing factors. The thrust of the argument here is that if these factors are corrected, crime becomes reduced. The more equal a society is...
And again, we can point to a very, very recent example of where this is the case, and that is COVID. Right, okay. Pay attention, this is really fucking important, Aspen turds. COVID was a significant, and I mean a significant upheaval in the current economic conditions on the ground for a lot of poor people. And as a byproduct of that, increase in fucking poverty and economic instability, there was a lot of crime that was committed, right? Because the economy being fucking shut down. Okay, stay with me. Really, really fucking important, okay? As a byproduct of that, economic instability from COVID, there was a large increase in fucking crime. Do you really think that this is something that is inherently sort of sustained or whatever the fuck because of the fact that COVID is no longer a thing? A lot of inner cities within the United States of America have been constantly fucking experiencing so many fucking reductions in fucking crime after COVID went away. But none of these guys understand that because they don't really care. And that's the... I was going to say that's the biggest fucking problem. No, it's all on purpose with these dumbass motherfuckers. They don't give a shit.
The better the trust equilibrium. Somehow, this failed abortion is twisting my argument into, if you're poor, you should commit crime. The fuck? So this is what Joe was trying to communicate, that black Americans face conditions that overwhelmingly correlate with higher crime rates, and that this is...
You listed one condition. The singular condition of...
He's just... It's like fundamentally just dishonest. He's just fundamentally dishonest. He can't fucking, like, engage whatsoever. It's fucking incredible, dude.
Of being more poor on average. I think everybody agrees and everybody is on the same page that having less income is going to correlate to being more violent or committing more crimes. I think this is obviously true. Everybody knows that.
Are you agreeing with me or not? What the fuck was that? And I most definitely listed far more than one condition. I know you haven't cleaned your ears since the Clinton administration, but I listed wealth inequality, low educational access, segregation, lack of economic opportunities, over-policing, and poverty. Invest in Q-tips or leaf blower. Due to systemic racism.
You can't do that.
All those factors I just named were racist, and all of them were systemic.
And they are all gone.
Wrong. That is...
We went through and got rid of every single one of those.
Absolutely wrong.
Like, what? How? In what way? What policy? How are those old quote-unquote fucking gotten rid of? What? Just because they adopt a different name now or something, therefore they're gone or something? But, like, what the fuck does that even mean? Yeah, dude. Redlining is gone now. Why? Because Asmongold just said it was, dude. It's just gone. What? Hallelujah. We solved racism, everybody. We did it.
over and over again.
Lining, or the process of systematically denying minority communities access to mortgages, loans, and investment based on their race, helped trap many black Americans in impoverished and underdeveloped neighborhoods for generations. That is obviously racist. That
Really? So that's the well then if you even your own Wikipedia article disproves this. Look at this here. As well as Mexican Americans, Southwestern United States, Jewish Americans, and Italian Americans.
Asmongold, can you fucking read? Do you know what the term as well means? Literally in that Wikipedia article, and I think as Birdman himself also fucking read out. Does he just not have ears? Can he not listen? I think he just can't listen. But he literally said it affects predominantly fucking black people. He read that in the Wikipedia article. You dumbass motherfucker.
If this is a causal factor for this to happen, you would see those same rates happening with those other groups. No, that's not the case.
Again, he's just doing the zero-sum game bullshit and all of it. It's stupid, stupid, stupid.
Literally not even reading the articles you're using.
Zach, that article very clearly says mostly been directed against African Americans. I'm not sure what part of my video suggests that any other groups haven't been marginalized in the U.S., but this is the second time you're bringing up other groups as if I said they weren't. Quick question. Are Italian Americans currently denied mortgage loans at the rate black Americans are? Oh, I know.
I can answer this question. No. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. H3 has a point, not gonna lie. You want to substantiate that claim, Wole. Wole? Does he have a point? In what way? The fuck? What point does he ever fucking make? Because honestly, H3 is just a incredibly dishonest, neurotic, fucking dumbass who just wants to use the legal system to go after people who criticize him because he's afraid of criticism, as he's admitted himself on his own fucking podcast. So, oh, you're just not gonna engage? Okay, then you're just a fucking dumbass idiot. What the fuck are you talking about here? Go through the spiel? Are you gonna provide like a substantiation for any of your claim, or should I just have Boy Meets Mini fucking ban you, or should I just ban you myself if you're just gonna be fucking stupid? I don't have to say anything to make you angry? Okay, so then you're just a fucking retard. Goodbye. Like, idiot. Stupid. Ask for can you substantiate your claim? And I say the reasoning for my fucking position, and you're just like, yeah, I got you. It's like, okay. Am I supposed to be impressed? What? No, you're just an idiot. Okay. Bye.
Let's ask Grok. Wow, it seems like Italians are in the lowest denial category. You know, being...
Shocker. It's almost as if Asmongold doesn't understand the concept of whiteness. He doesn't understand it.
White and all, a category they weren't back when they were being redlined. Wow, times have changed, huh? Well, how about the Jews?
Not the Jews.
Damn, looks like they are also approved at loans at a higher rate than black
Shocker.
Americans. And those of you with the red armbands are going to really love that they're being classified as white here. Now here's a tough one. How about Hispanic Americans? I am so shocked at this outcome. I cannot believe that once again, black people are treated the worst.
I'm very curious by, because it says Hispanic white applicants. Non-Hispanic white applicants, 5.8%, right? The denial rates are higher for those amongst non-Hispanic whites and Asians. Not more, because no Hispanic Americans, often reported as Hispanic white, HMDA, are not denied mortgage loans at the same rate as black Americans. Very, very interesting. Like, Hispanic white applicants at 12%. It's actually lower for non-white Hispanics. Really? I didn't know that. That is interesting. I never would have fucking expected that. I'm not going to lie. That's surprising to me. I thought it would have been higher than 6%. Huh. Interesting.
Systemically, I did not see that coming. Here is my shocked face.
Irish and Italian started with nothing too, and yet, look at this here. This is Irish and Italian people. Let me go back and pull this up. Oh, wow. Estimated incarceration and commitment rates. So this is it, between Irish and...
Bro, what the fuck is this graph? You know, nice Imgur link, you fucking loser. What does this graph even say? Like what is even being said here? Like, it says Irish Americans and Italian Americans. And then it just has some random fucking numbers. This is one of the fucking most dog shit fucking graphs I've ever seen in my life. Like, what is this proving? What the fuck is this? Where is this even from? For all I know, this could have been made by some fucking middle schooler for their science fair project or some shit. Stupid.
Italian, there it is. Wow, look at that. Big surprise, huh? Who could have guessed?
Wow, an imager image. What source? Many evidence. You know what's missing from that Microsoft Paint image? The fact that Irish and Italian people are considered white in America. What fucking census in 2000 was collecting data on who was Irish and who was Italian?
I don't think, again, like I said before, I don't think Asmongold understands the concept of whiteness. I don't think he gets that. I don't think he gets it either. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, it's a line. It's got numbers on it or something. I don't know. Dumb.
Because it wasn't this one.
It's crazy how you're using arguments that literally don't even work. Like, your own evidence disproves itself. Like, he starts the video off, and he looks for an AI summary to disprove that he called me racist, and then the AI summary says that he spent the video saying that what I said was racist.
What? What does that even mean? There's a Wikipedia page right in front of you. I didn't know that Wikipedia gets all its fucking information from AI summaries now or something. Well, that's a shocker to me. Huh? I guess Wikipedia has fucking fallen.
Do you not hear yourself, Zach? You're saying I called you racist by saying that a claim Trump made was a racist claim. How did you escape kindergarten? You should still be there.
Then he's using this, and it says
Reading
it's not just against people that are black. This has happened to multiple ethnicities and multiple ethnic groups, but you're talking...
Asmongold, you're literally looking at the Wikipedia article on... Okay, first off, red light. You should not be fucking speaking at all whatsoever. Second off, you can read the fucking article right there. It's in front of you. You can read, motherfucker. Eyeballs, you have those things still, right? They haven't completely rotted away. You're not wearing glasses or anything, unless you have contacts or something. You still have eyes. You can use them to see, which means you can use them to read. And you can literally read the first two sentences, and it immediately disproves the fucking nonsense that you're just saying here. Stupid.
About one.
Now you're mad that I'm staying on topic? Remind me, Zach, which ethnic group was Joe talking about that you responded to on Twitter? While you're racking your tiny little brain,
I don't
have
think
another
he knows.
question. Where in the video did I say only black Americans faced hardship? Can you provide a timestamp? No, seriously, I'd love evidence for the claims that you are making against me.
If this is...
Just like how none of these people can provide any evidence for any of the claims that they have against me either. Shocker. Whoa. These people are just fucking idiots, man.
A causal factor, then you would assume that this causal factor would also affect the crime rates of these other four groups. The same with what do you call it? With income. But that's not the case.
Redlining did affect those groups negatively, but you're forgetting that black Americans were here longer than those groups and face systemic issues at a greater magnitude. Italian Americans were recent immigrants from Italy, arriving in America around 1880, 15 years after slavery was abolished. Ignoring that Italian immigrants formed the prolific American arm of the Italian mafia during this time, this group was not subjected to centuries of racial chattel slavery followed by Jim Crow apartheid, mass disenfranchisement, segregation, lynching campaigns, exclusion from wealth-building institutions, and targeted urban containment on the scale black Americans experienced.
Sorry, Birdman. I, the Asmongold fan, must say that that's all cucked and liberal and gay. So therefore, what you're saying is inherently stupid and wrong. I am an Asmongold viewer. I do not have a brain.
They were very soon absorbed into whiteness, which allowed them to benefit from the New Deal and subsequently accumulate generational wealth. While there were a few Jews in America in the 17th century, the majority of Jewish immigrants arrived in America from Europe around the same time as Italian immigrants. Again, these people were not subjected to the centuries of abuse Black Americans faced in the United States up to that point. Like most European immigrants arriving in the late 19th century, Jews and other Europeans did not face economic penalties due to their occupation and advanced at the same rate as white Americans. So once again, the evidence is kicking your ass. Yes, it is true that other groups faced hardship in the United States, but no group got it as bad and continues to be marginalized like the Black American.
And again, like we can talk about, for example, and I've mentioned this specific example before, there is a reason why a lot of Jewish people live within fucking Hollywood, right? Because of a lot of the systemic fucking discrimination that a lot of Jewish people faced within New York in the United States of America, a lot of Jewish people left New York and started moving into fucking Hollywood. And as a byproduct of that, of them moving into Hollywood and revolutionizing the fucking film industry, a invention that they were not willing to fucking share amongst non-Jewish people for should be a fairly obvious reason. Why the fuck would they want to share something amongst to like share a particular invention that's giving them economic opportunity and is allowing them to be able to participate within the economy with a bunch of people who are systemically trying to disenfranchise them. Makes a lot of sense why they would not want to fucking do that in particular, because a lot of people were just being extremely fucking racist to them. Racist to them. Because they, technically speaking, they were not considered white then, blah, 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 so they were being racist to them. It's very stupid and weird, but whatever. Racial history is always fucking stupid and weird.
This is a fact. Cope, you dumb bitch. Here, get owned by Grok again, clown. African Americans suffered the worst from redlining. Boom. Headshot by your own source. Long-term outcomes. Redlining contributes to the persistent racial wealth gap. Blam. Gaped by your own source. Comparison to other groups. Latinos. Historical targeting was secondary to Black Americans. Asians. Focus less on them as a primary risk factor compared to Black people. Native Americans.
Sorry, Birdman. Unfortunately, you said the word permanent fucking underclass, so therefore, Asmongold has to be like a complete fucking idiot about it.
Redlining was less central to their urban experience. Now listen up, because this one's important for you. Jews and Italians. Some neighborhoods with immigrants were downgraded, but they assimilated into white categories over time and gained access to suburban loans as Black exclusion intensified. Kablam. Epstein by your own source.
Jeffrey Epstein.
The main way a family in the United States builds wealth is through real estate. If you own a home, you generally pass that home down to your children, and since your children are now not required to use the majority of their income for housing, they are able to save, invest, pursue education, start businesses, and accumulate wealth.
Black people don't own homes. Only white people have homes.
He literally said that it is more difficult for Black people to acquire fucking real estate and homes within the United States of America. Asmongold, I know that this is probably a really difficult thing for you to understand, but there was this funny thing called Reconstruction, right? There was this funny thing called Reconstruction, aka the thing you were taught about in school with the 40 acres and a fucking mule, that Black people were, not allowed to fucking participate in the United States of America because of Andrew Johnson essentially destroying that fucking policy because he was a racist. Because he was a racist. This is literally taught to you in fucking school, man. Not even in college, which you dropped out of, but in school. In regular fucking public school. Unless, I don't know, did he go to like one of these like schools that were like essentially cucked by the United Daughters of the Confederacy to only like, I don't know, give pro-Confederate fucking sort of like takes and positions or something? Like, I have no idea. I don't know, Zane, how someone can be this genuinely fucking stupid. But here we are.
This, you might not have known this. This is a surprise.
This is when you know he's getting owned. Just making up things because he can't bear to allow facts to disrupt his narrative.
True.
Yeah, Irish and Italian Americans didn't have a house either. Yeah, like, what do you, like, this isn't even, like, it's such bullshit. Okay, anyway, let's keep going.
National wealth. If you routinely...
He can't even fucking address anything. Yeah, this is such bullshit. Anyway, let's keep going.
You deny black families the opportunity to own valuable real estate. You rob them of the opportunity to create generational wealth.
This is actually a good argument, and I think that really the best way to approach this argument and this problem, I do think that there's a huge generational wealth gap between white and also black families, and it has been caused by a degree of like residuals from racism. So he is identifying the problem, and that is correct, but the solution that I have is different than the solution that he has. So the reason why I think that something like DEI or affirmative action is bad is because it's not actually addressing the problem.
Okay, just like the Birdman is saying here, yeah, he never gave a solution to the problem. He never did. He's just focusing on debunking your argument. Asmongold, why are you saying this? Why are you reinventing the wheel? Why? Why are you reinventing the wheel? This is a thing that these motherfuckers constantly doing all the fucking goddamn time. For whatever reason, they just want to reinvent the wheel to a problem that a lot of them are fucking causing. And it's just like, well, okay, then what is the point of your dumbass fucking screeds about being a racist, bro? Like, what are you doing? What was the point of all of this fucking bullshit that you were saying? Like, why did you have the take on Twitter that you did then? What was the point of all of this? Are you just stupid? That's a rhetorical question. Yeah, you're just stupid.
Problem. It's addressing a corollary, which is the corollary is race, but the problem is actually income. So I'm totally in support of things like, giving people more student aid if they don't have as much money, but it should be done.
This is literally the point of affirmative action in DEI and what it's trying to address, you stupid, stupid motherfucker. God. Jesus Christ. He's so dumb, man.
Done on the basis of means, not on the basis of race.
And when you follow that logic through to its conclusion, it lines up ethnically. Those who have the worst means will statistically be black. You are arguing for those programs and don't realize it. You're attempting to solve a problem that was already being addressed, except you're too allergic to the word race to recognize you just reinvented affirmative action and DEI.
It's not that he's too allergic to race. Okay, slight disagreement here with the Birdman. No, the thing is that we're dealing with it's lizard brain shit. Like, unironically, he sees the word DEI and then his brain fucking turns off. That's what it is, right? Like, DEI mentioned, so therefore it has to be bad. Like, genuinely, I have to ask this to Asmongold viewers. How the fuck do you people function? Like, word bad. Okay. What the fuck is what is the point of having a conversation with any of you people? If, like, the basis of engagement with you people is just like, you said the word, so therefore you're just wrong because you said a word. And it's just like, wow, it's like talking with a child. Except most of these people are probably grown fucking adults. Well, probably not.
This is Obamacare all over again. Conservatives spent years screaming about it like it was some radical communist takeover, only for people to later realize large parts of it were built on ideas.
This is a good point here by the Birdman. Yes, because again, what was the ACA and the Affordable Care Act named before Obamacare? Because again, the reason why it was named Obamacare was because of conservatives trying to discredit the fucking goddamn system. It was called the Affordable Care Act. It was called Romney Care because this was the system that they used in, Massachusetts when he was the governor of Massachusetts. It was originally called Romney Care. Stupid.
Republicans themselves had already supported. Zach is doing the same thing here, rejecting race-conscious policy on ideological grounds, then accidentally recreating those same systems through class analysis because the material conditions keep pointing him back to the same conclusion, that black people are the lower...
I'm going to be honest, I don't think he's capable of being able to do that. I don't think he's capable of being able to engage in, like, genuine, any form of analysis because I think he's too stupid to be able to do it.
Class. I said that earlier, and this dumbass thought Obama becoming the president refuted that. This shit is like watching a fly trying to fly out of an open door.
And again, the only people that would disagree with this are literal racists, because the goal there isn't to be in any sort of a beneficial position for being white or black. White Americans aren't even a top earner ethnically in the U.S. Yeah, and this is also another factor too, is that, like, I don't know if you guys have seen this as well, but take a look at this. Indian Americans, Filipino Americans, Taiwanese Americans, white Americans are all the way down here at $59,000 for median household income.
Asmongold, who is at the bottom of the fucking graph? African Americans. I'll make it a little fucking bigger for the people in the back. African Americans. It's African Americans are at the bottom of the fucking graph. And also, if we want to, because he's doing the bottom minority thing again, trying to use fucking Asians as a cudgel for his dumbass fucking arguments. If we want to fucking talk about why a lot of these Asians, for example, a lot of Indians, Chinese people, Thai people, blah, 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 a ton of other fucking goddamn people, right? The reason for as to why this is the fucking goddamn case is because a lot of those people, and Boy Meets Minnie can come in with the fucking steel chair here. A lot of these people are a part of their, upper fucking classes. A lot of the Indian Americans that migrate to America are part of the Brahmin class, which is the upper class within India. Because those are the guys who, generally speaking, have more wealth. In India. Doi.
Income. So are these people that are up at the top committing all of these crimes, or are these people doing that? No, I don't think so.
Another piece of evidence that he pre-watched at least half of my video and isn't doing a genuine reaction with this already ready Reddit post that refutes nothing. I don't know why white supremacists try using Asians to explain away the fact that white Americans hoard the majority of the wealth in this country. Those groups in the screenshot that are above.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, like 3 families have more wealth than the bottom 50% of Americans. And they're a bunch of whiteys.
White Americans are typically immigrants or descendants of immigrants from the upper class in their home country and were wealthy enough to immigrate to the United States. They are often disproportionately educated, financially stable, connected, or upwardly mobile before they even arrive. It's a self-selecting bias. In each one of those countries, the median household income is significantly lower. Indian Americans average $100,000 in America, but the median household income in urban India is 200,000 to 500,000 rupees. That's $2,000 to $5,000 a year. This example alone proves a selection bias, that those who are even able to immigrate to the United States will be highly educated, highly qualified, and statistically far wealthier than the people in their home country. In other words, those...
This man put it fucking better than I fucking could have. Like, I mean, he's just on the fucking money.
people are starting the race way out in front.
So I have no problem with acknowledging that black people will be more disproportionately affected by programs that help people because of income, but I don't think those programs should be done and decided based off of race. If the problem is that these people were denied generational wealth, then the way that you should solve that problem shouldn't be based off of race, it should be based off of wealth. But that's not what they want to do. It's because they don't care about that. They care about figuring out some sort of racist way. And this is the problem, is that this is why I think I trigger a lot of these people, is because I'm one of the only people that actually isn't racist.
Oh, God. He's one of the only ones who isn't fucking racist. And he just does literally everything possible to justify the fact that affirmative action in DEI is bad because he just thinks the words are bad. Honestly, actually, no. I think Asmongold, technically speaking, is actually correct in saying that he's not racist. Because he's something different. He's fucking stupid.
Sorry. Please continue, Zach.
I'm one of the only people that actually isn't racist. I'm one of the only people that actually isn't racist. Because I'm one of the only people that actually isn't racist. I'm looking at this objectively. I say, yes, you're correct that black people have been disproportionately affected by this. Let's try to correct that. Okay, so the problem is that people weren't able to...
Again, then why the fuck did you say the thing that you said on fucking Twitter then? What was the point of all of this then? What was the point of any of this fucking point? Like, what was the point of this fucking response video? What was the point of saying any of the bullshit that you're trying to espouse right now? Like, what was the point of any of this at this point? Okay, bro. Nice meme.
To get money. All right, well, a lot of people don't have money. Why don't we make a thing to where people that don't have money are able to get money, and it'll help black people disproportionately? That's the way a logical, reasonable, empathetic person would solve problems.
That's what affirmative action in DEI is trying to address, you fucking simpleton. Like, listen, I'll say it. I think, technically speaking, Asmongold might be correct in him saying that he's not actually racist. Because he might be too fucking stupid to be racist.
But they don't want to do that because they don't have, they don't care about equality. They care about talking shit and being racist.
Talking shit and being racist.
Again, like, it makes me just wonder, Who is this they, by the way? What, like, who the fuck is the they in this particular instance? Like, why does he keep saying they? I'm just saying. What does he mean by that?
Levels of delusion pouring out of this guy's mouth is just baffling. Once again, he's reinventing systems that already exist. Those systems are not racist. They literally do what he's suggesting they do. Help those without the means. It just so happens that this is typically black people. I mean, the fucking idiot just showed the median household income of black Americans was $30-some-odd thousand, literally in last place on his list. Hello? If you use these systems to help out those with the worst financial situations, it would be black, then Hispanic, then everyone else. This guy is trying to invent the fork in 2026.
Racial wealth gap, and why is everyone talking about it? The racial wealth gap is a measure of wealth inequality between racial groups in the U.S. Here's a prime example. Black families make up 14% of the population, but own only 5% of American wealth, while white households make up 65% of the population, but control 80% of the wealth. The gap traces back to the 1863 emancipation.
This argument can also be immediately refuted whenever you look at different groups that are outside of white people that control, because, like, you know, you look at 7%, it was like 80% or something like that. There's like a missing 15% there.
The video gets their information from the United...
But what the fuck are you talking about? Like... Let the fucking goddamn video finish for once in your life. Wasn't it fucking red at that point in time? Yeah, it was red. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
Because, like, you know, you look at 7%, it was like 80% or something like that. There's like a missing 15% there.
The video gets their information from the United States Census Bureau, where on that site they show that white Americans control 80% of the wealth in the country, and black Americans only make up about 5%. The 15% gap is other groups, mainly Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Native Americans. On this chart, you can see the insane disparity between the ethnic groups, and how even Asian Americans who have a higher overall median household income are dwarfed by the wealth disparity. There is no conspiracy here. White people disproportionately control the wealth of this country, and that 15% gap is simply the other non-black groups combined.
Proclamation, which led to freedom for almost 4 million black Americans. By 1860, their labor accounted for 60% of U.S. exports, $200 million a year, where black Americans received nothing.
Labor is not a necessary, like, it is not a one-to-one value creator. Just because you work very hard or you do something doesn't necessarily mean that that has the same value as what it's creating for that company. This is like just more commie slop.
Asmongold.
Oh my god. You just called fucking slavery and people getting paid a wage fucking commie slop. Jesus fucking Christ. Why do you people watch him? I don't understand. Okay, no. I'm saying that a bit, sir. I do understand why these people watch him. It's because he's genuine like them, or at least he thinks he's genuine like them. Which says a lot more about them than it ever will about anyone else in the United States of America.
Gold just said that black slaves who significantly contributed to the wealth of the United States and received zero compensation for that labor is commie slop. It's just buzzwords at this point. He doesn't know what communism or slop means. Apparently, it's communism to expect payment for one's labor. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Conversely, if you don't have access to homeownership, you don't have access to that type of equity and that cushion that you could get from having money saved from homeownership.
Housing discrimination allows banks.
Well, and yeah, I mean, this isn't even an argument. I mean, I think housing discrimination is removed, right? I mean, they got rid of that. I mean, I'm sure, like, maybe somewhere in, like, you know, again.
No, they didn't. Redlining still exists. It does, but he doesn't know what redlining is because it's now a different name instead of redlining.
Mississippi, there might be
like fucking HOAs are still a fucking thing, and those have been used to systemically disenfranchise black people as well. Like, that's also a He doesn't know about HOAs, does he? He doesn't know about that.
Something like that, which is obviously bad. But in a general sense, that this is removed. They got rid of this. Obviously, they got rid of this.
Surprise, surprise, Asmongold does not know what he's talking about. Discrimination in housing is still a thing. It has quite literally never gone away. These types of racial injustices just change name and change form. The slave patrols became the police. The black codes became voter suppression. Racial covenants became the modern HOA. Do you notice that black people have a contentious relationship with every single concept I just named? You think that's by accident? That black people are just making shit up? The problem with people like Asmongold is that they point to the old name or old form and go, see, that thing we called by this particular name no longer exists. Therefore, the underlying issue no longer exists. It's one of the most insidious forms of reaction reactionary apologism because it allows people to sanitize current systems of discrimination by pretending that because the branding changed, the discrimination magically disappeared. Isn't it amazing how these people turn into fucking forensic scientists when looking into a program designed to level the playing field and deduce that it's racist against white people, but look at the insane racial wealth gaps and conclude, nope, everything's fine. Yeah, that's white supremacy, guy. Anyway, to save time, we're going to...
Honestly, I don't think it's even just... part... Like, okay... Birdman is correct in saying that it is white supremacy. He is correct when he says that. I don't think it's only just white supremacy. It's the concept of these people thinking that they're all fucking temporary embarrassed millionaires or billionaires, right? That they are temporarily embarrassed fucking rich people. That's where a lot of this fucking comes from. It's like the insidious sort of like behavior from a lot of these like dumbass motherfuckers, a lot of these like conservative dipshits who would have way more in common with poor fucking black people, but they are so like fucking racist that they are not willing to recognize the fact that they would have a ton in common with poorer fucking black people because of the fact that they have been fed such a stupid amount of fucking propaganda from various capitalistic forces to make sure that they are constantly fighting with one another, so then they don't recognize who their true enemy is, and that is, oh, the capitalist, the wealthy industrialist, what have you, obviously.
Fast forward through this rambling session as he just reacts to the video on housing. He's not responding to me in particular. He's just repeating himself and saying that redlining happened to other groups and that people are whining at white people for no reason. This is the United States Treasury website literally admitting one of the factors for this gap is due to the United States government. They are admitting their policies stifled black home ownership.
It is.
Systemic racism.
Yes. And now we fixed it.
We fixed systemic racism, everyone. You know, because Steam Train Muria here.
Dude, we did it. Guys, we fixed redlining. Redlining is no longer a thing because Asmongold said so. Guys, everyone get your clappies out. Clappy, clappy, clappy. We did it. Yay. Systemic racism is gone. Yay, we did it.
Or said so. Now, back to Zach's dumbass tweet. The first fucking line from this...
Which, by the way, is completely nothing about what I said. This has nothing to do with it at all.
Is that black people benefit from systemic racism.
Correct.
Now, I know what Zach is trying to say here, that through policies like affirmative action, black people benefit, and that because affirmative action is a governmental policy, that it's systemic. The problem with this line of logic is that it's not racism.
Okay, that means that... oh my God. Whatever you want to call it, it's bad. Like, I don't know, you want to say it's prejudice, you want to say that it's...
Prejudice means something else, Asmongold. Words mean things. Again, it's... Yeah, affirmative action isn't fucking racist. Because guess who benefits the most from affirmative action? White women. And you may be wondering, why is that the case, Daho? Because out of all the minority populations that exist within the United States of America, the one who has the most the one who has the highest population within the United States of America in terms of minority populations is white women. So it makes sense, just on a numbers basis, that affirmative action would benefit white women. Yeah. Pretty simple, isn't it?
Bias, you want to say that it's unfair, whatever you want to call it, it's still going to be bad.
All of those words mean different things, Zach. For example, you can be prejudiced against women, but not racist against Hispanic men. You can be biased against Asian food, but not racist towards Asian people. Words mean things. Also, this is the problem with pausing the video when you lose control of your impulses. I'm going to...
Whoa, Boy Meets Minnie. What the fuck? Why are you stealing my fucking thunder by saying that Asmongold hates white women? Why would you say that? What the fuck, man? That's so fucked up, Boy Meets Minnie. I can't believe that you would say that Asmongold hates white women. Grr.
To explain what I'm talking about immediately after this, you simpleton. That's why the red button is on the screen. Notice how in that image you're shutting up and listening? Yeah, be like that, Asmongold, and shut your stinking ass mouth. You've turned a 16-minute video into an hour-long cope session precisely because you're like a child in the backseat.
I've turned this hour-and-a-half long video into a fucking 2.5-hour one. I hate my life, bro.
Of a road trip. Shut up.
He's dancing around terminology? Yes, obviously.
Yes, affirmative action effectively produced outcomes where an equally qualified white man could be disqualified for an equally qualified black man. But
that's racist.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up, you harebrained idiot. We will be skipping his reaction because holy shit, I have to force him to let me speak at this point.
Like, unironically, people throughout the whole time of listening to that fucking random screed were constantly saying, shut the fuck up, the red is there. Do you not understand what red light, green light means? That's a rhetorical question. Yeah, of course he doesn't understand what that means, because he's an idiot.
This process also held that an equally qualified white woman would be chosen over an equally qualified black man. In fact, white women were the largest beneficiaries of DEI and affirmative action policies. It's starting to dawn on him, everybody. It's almost like I was still talking, and pausing before I can finish a thought prevents me from being able to explain what I'm talking about, and that I might answer a question you may have before you make yourself look like a buffoon.
So because white women were beneficiaries of DEI, it doesn't mean that DEI was racist?
Yes, you stupid fuck.
Yeah, dumbass, because white women are white. Are white women not white anymore? Are we gonna get the first instance of an incel who hates women so much that they don't think what white women are what? Dude, Discovery, yo, holy shit, dude, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, they're not blonde hair and blue-eyed enough. You need more blonde, and you need to be like Blue Eyes White Dragon. Actually, no. This is what Asmongold wants in his ideal woman. He wants maiden with eyes of blue. This is Asmongold's ideal fucking woman, right here. This is what he wants. He wants fucking Kasara from fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! That's what he wants.
Because if it benefits every ethnic group, it is not racist by definition. Your tweet said it was racist. I am responding to your tweet. We have finally got to the part of my video where I am directly responding to you. You have spent over 30 minutes saying I haven't responded to you, and the second you come across my actual response to you, you look like a skull wearing a beard, utterly speechless as your own stupidity dawns on you. You are watching a video essay, not a person speaking off the cuff during a live stream. Who knew it was a dumb idea to randomly pause during a video essay where the essayist purposefully places visual aids in the video that lets you know when it's safe to pause? Notice how your face is currently matching the red button? Exactly.
What is this here? Can I find this? That's not even an argument. What is this?
What?
Primarily, you know, like, again, do you want to know who the biggest beneficiaries of DEI are? It's not black people, it's white women. Those are the ones that are really winning out of DEI. They're the ones that are actually getting hired because of these processes. Yeah, it's fucking Karens. That's it.
Oh,
Holy fucking shit, dude. Oh my fucking god. He's so fucking he's just stupid. Ugh. Jesus Christ. You know, you keep that fucking smug face on you there, bro. It'll make you look really, really good. I don't know, in the history books, when people look back at these fucking clips and moments and be like, wow, we collectively as a country during this period in time were really fucking stupid.
I love this. The guy that doesn't know the difference between average and median is once
like he literally fucking self-owned himself. He self-owned himself. Jesus Christ. You know? Okay. Maybe the Birdman is correct in calling this guy a fucking grifter. I mean, he literally just contradicted himself. It's been 8 months ago when he said that fucking goddamn point, and he contradicted himself. Actually, no. I still don't agree with calling Asmongold a fucking grifter. I think he's just genuinely too stupid to call himself a grifter. Yeah, honestly. No, actually, no. I'm going to maintain the position that he's still too stupid to call himself a grifter, or to be a grifter, because he's just... Because, man, he's fucking dumb.
Again acting smug in a situation where he's owning himself. If you know that white women are the biggest beneficiaries of affirmative action and DEI, how is it possible that you tweeted it was racist? Racist against which race? Because here you are admitting it benefits white people. Are white women not white people anymore? We know it benefits Asian.
Now, Birdman, what if I were to tell you that Asmongold is such a fucking massive incel that maybe, just maybe, we may be getting the first instance of someone being such a fucking incel that he thinks that white women are no longer white. I don't know. Boy Meets Mini, should we run with this theory? I think it makes a lot of things make more sense, to be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I think quite a few more things make way more sense if we just operate under this assumption. I'm gonna be honest.
Asian, Black, and Hispanic people, so who is it racist towards? You've refuted your own argument, you dimwit.
We know this. Everybody knows this.
Do they? Because I don't think he knows this.
I don't think you know that, Asmongold.
Saying that white women benefit from it too, so it can't be racist, is crazy.
No, saying something that benefits all ethnic groups is racist is crazy. You're just changing the definition of racism at this point to arbitrarily fit whatever argument you're trying to make. There is no logic to what you are saying. You have lost here.
True.
It's both sexist and racist.
Now he's changing the definition of sexism.
Bro. I'm not owned, I'm not owned, as I start to turn into a fucking cucumber, or whatever the fuck that drill tweet was. I'm not owned, guys. I'm totally not owned.
This man is high on copium and trying his damnedest to play off this utter defeat. You can see the gears turning in his head as he scrambles, trying to come up with a way of changing the narrative. I love to see you people squirm. So by definition and by practice, affirmative action
Even with the parameters of an own argument, he's wrong about two things at the same time. Yep.
A systemically racist policy because all ethnic groups benefited from that policy and it disproportionately affected gender. So it is a
all ethnic groups benefited from it and it disproportionately affected gender. Yes, it did affect gender as well, but actually, definitely white men did not benefit from it. Number one, and also just because
that's the point of the policy, you fucking idiot. Because it's meant to address. Okay, whatever.
It benefits gender doesn't mean that it also benefits ethnic groups. And it also did create a tier list. And if that wasn't the case, then you wouldn't see the medical school acceptance rates be so different.
Scrambled eggs.
Again, yeah, just as Birdman is, he's just saying words. It's like, those are words. They're in a dictionary or something. They exist. Okay.
Notice how fast he's talking? He's panicking, trying to say anything that he thinks will save his narrative. Verbal diarrhea, a classic sign of someone who is nervous and embarrassed. This is precisely what he was trying to avoid by not responding to my last video, because I embarrassed him for much longer than 16 minutes.
Think about that.
That affirmative action was racist.
Yep.
The best
is. It's race. It is racist. Because there are some instances of them continuing to do it now, which I think need to be shut down by the government.
Argue here is that it is somewhat discriminatory towards white men, and white men specifically, because it literally benefits every single other group. And even then, that would be a lie, as affirmative action includes mandates for hiring veterans and people with disabilities. Both groups...
This is intentionally misunderstanding.
Oh, I agree, Zach.
Intentionally misunderstanding? I guess most veterans don't tend to be fucking white people or something. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
I agree. So no, affirmative action and DEI are not a form of systemic racism. And no, black people and other minority groups do not enjoy preferential treatment at the expense of white and Asian people.
They absolutely do.
That's a very good point there, Zane. Yeah, I do love when these stupid people start falling and always saying, just think about it. Yeah, that is a fucking cope response. Or they say, just do your own fucking research. That's always a fucking cope response from a lot of these dumbass people, to be honest. That's just them saying, well, I don't have an argument or an affirmative position on this whatsoever. So just, do your own research and just, think about it, bro. It's just like that, bro. And it's just yeah, I'm trying to understand and ascertain what your position is on this thing. But you just, refuse to answer. It's well, just think about it, bro. It's just what the fuck does that even mean? Okay, I've thought about it, and I think you're a fucking dumbass. Okay, good talk.
Overwhelmingly do, and it's obvious. This is the reason why you have the medical school acceptance rates. This is the reason why there are so many opportunities that are presented for people that are black.
You keep repeating yourself there.
Okay, Asmongold, why are medical school acceptance rates, if we're talking about in percentages, higher for black people in comparison to that of, say, Asians or fucking, white people, for example? Why do you think that might be the case? Could it be because there are not as many fucking black people in comparison to the amount of white people or Asians that are applying for those doctor positions or for those fucking goddamn particular courses? I wonder if Asmongold sort of understands that. Does he understand that, guys? I don't think he understands it.
Zach, you've mentioned medical school at least twice, and this video does touch on school acceptance rates, but you predictably paused during a section where you shouldn't have. And we are all noticing a distinct lack of you providing any evidence for the claim you are making. You had ready-made URLs earlier. We're the ones proving that black people benefit at the expense of Asian people. We're waiting.
If you look at how many advocacy groups and how many foundations are set up to benefit black people versus white people on the basis of their skin color.
You are not describing affirmative action, you Nimrod. You are talking about advocacy groups for marginalized people. Affirmative action is a corrective concept meant to even the playing field in hiring practices and school admissions.
And again, the reason why something like affirmative action even has to be in existence for the first place is because of all the stuff that we've talked about. in terms of the systemic disadvantages that fucking black people have faced. I mean, we can mention a bunch of them again. Again, failures of Reconstruction, the inability to be able to build fucking wealth, over policing, HOAs, redlining. How many more fucking policies could we fucking go into? There's just so many of them. Like, that's the point. That's just an example of a few of them. And they all exist because, again, systemic racism.
A group that focuses on the issues of a historically marginalized community is not affirmative action. You are talking out of your ass, and no one can tell because it stinks either way.
So to say that this isn't true is to just actively deny reality. I think that a lot of people don't like saying what I'm saying because people are afraid that, like, people will say that you're racist for saying this.
No, people just...
people don't like the stuff that you say because you're an idiot. And you have to lie. And you're stupid. Like, the Birdman spends the entire time fucking pointing to God knows how many studies, proving his fucking goddamn points, and it still just goes, shoop, right over your head.
Just don't want to sound dumb. What you are saying is dumb. You said a program that benefits both men and women is sexist, and that programs that specifically help marginalized communities are racist. Recognize that your position is unpopular not due to people being afraid, but because you are a moron shouting conspiracy theories while living in a cesspit. You are incredibly lucky the internet exists, because if this were 1996, you'd be standing on a soapbox by the train yard. You are a conspiracy theorist and a bigoted piece of shit. No one in their right minds wants to be associated with you or the things you believe and say.
But in fact, I'm one of the only people that isn't racist.
Look at me. Listen, I love all my African American friends. Let me tell you, folks, I love my African Americans. They're so great. They're so fantastic. This is how I'm not racist, folks. Let me tell you. I'm so not racist because I talk about how much I love African Americans. Look at me constantly taking away opportunities from them. That's because of how much I love them.
I think that everybody should be given a fair chance, and that also means that if you fail your fair chance, you lost fair and square. And the problem is that if you look at these different graphs, you can clearly see that there is a bias that's being set for race. There's a bias that's being set for ethnicity. And the moment that you start grading on a curve based off of ethnicity...
Again, I don't know how many times it has to be told to this extremely dim-witted motherfucker, but that's like literally what is attempted to being addressed with these fucking goddamn like policies. Again, affirmative action in DEI would not have to exist if there wasn't all of these systemic fucking discriminations. It's really fucking simple, man. You can't fucking understand it, though, on purpose, because, again, he's really fucking stupid and racist. Well, no, he would not know how much university costs, Boy Meets Mini, because he fucking dropped out.
Is the moment that you are literally institutionalizing and creating systematic racism. Just because the racism benefits you doesn't make it not racism. It just means that it's benefiting you, so you want to pretend like it's not happening.
Just because the racism benefits you doesn't make it not racism. It just means that it's benefiting you, so you want to pretend like it's not happening.
Like, he just directly contradicted himself. Dude, you benefit from racism, so therefore it's not happening. So how can you say that you're benefiting from racism? I am Asmongold, and I am really smart.
Are you unaware that Asians are a minority group in the United States too?
Exactly. So why is the crime rate so much different?
Because Asian people are recent immigrants.
Because Asian people, as Birdman was about to say, are a recent wave of migrants that came to the United States. They were not enslaved. They were not segregated. They were not given less opportunities to be able to build intergenerational wealth. There was no failure of Reconstruction when it comes to Asian people in America. That is why. And also, most of the Asian people that come over to America tend to be a part of upper classes. So they already have money and connections. That is why.
to the United States and were not subjected to the scope of marginalization that black Americans were. The people that arrived here tended to be more educated, better off financially, and established in their career path upon arrival. The general pattern of first-generation immigrants is that they commit lower rates of crime than native-born members of the same ethnic group, as native-born second and on generations commit crime at higher rates than those of the first generation. In comparison to black Americans, these groups weren't forced to live in ghettos, denied loans for businesses and homes, or had laws on the books specifically targeting them the way that black people did. Asian people 100% faced and continue to face hardship in America, but we are talking about completely different magnitudes. The answer to your question is that Asians are simply treated better than black people in America, and they always have been. But can you explain the crime rate of white people, Zach? Why are Asians better than you in this regard? You never...
Ooh, that's a very, very good question there by the Birdman, because poor whites, I can guarantee you, definitely commit way more fucking crime than poor Asians. Hey, Asmongold and Asmontards, why the fuck are there so many whiteys who steal fucking makeup from the CVS in comparison to Asians? Why is that? Can you answer that question for me? No, I'm just saying.
Face the levels of historic marginalization of black people. You weren't forcibly taken from Europe and brought here to work against your will. You weren't terrorized in the streets and denied property and liberty. And yet, you're the leader in nearly every single category in crime in this country. Why are white people committing all that crime?
That's a good question.
Are you bored? You just looking for something to do? At least black people have the excuse of being treated like shit. What's yours? And don't give me the excuse that you're the majority in this country, so you should be leading in crime. Japan and Korea are nearly homogenous, and those people still commit significantly less crime than white Americans. China has 7 times the population of white America, and still has a lower crime rate than white Americans. You see?
Now, Birdman obviously knows the answer to this question. And we obviously know the answer to this question as well. But the answer to that question is the exact same fucking thing. Exact same fucking thing. Unironically, that dude was trying to dump on with his stupid fucking goddamn tweet. It's almost as if socioeconomics is not a cope. Shocker, I know.
See, you are the anomaly. You've historically had all the advantages, live in the best neighborhoods, control 80% of the wealth, are in control of nearly every major institution in this country. And yet white Americans have homicide rates close to countries like Argentina, Uruguay, or parts of Eastern Europe. What's your excuse? Why can't you be more like Asians?
True.
Why would you group those two together, Zach? Are you
Because Asians, yeah.
referring to the ridiculous Supreme Court ruling students
Ridiculous Supreme Court
versus Harvard?
What?
Setting that aside for the moment.
What's look at the graph. That's insane. Look at this graph. Oh my.
What is the point of bringing up this stupid fucking goddamn graph? What is this refuting? Jesus Christ. Oh, look at my fucking graph, bros. Alright, bro.
My God.
Oh my God. 4 whole years. What Zach is doing.
2013 to 2016. Oh my fucking lord. That's fucking crazy. And that's a good point there, boy. Yeah, Dalit students will get beat up and killed just for existing. Yep. Well, I've not seen any videos of it, but I've heard of the fucking testimonies, alright? Listen, I've been around in an Arun stream every now and again, okay? Shout out to Arun and O. Yeah, I am very, very well aware of some of the bullshit that a lot of the lower caste Indians, for example, have to go through from all these, like, upper caste fucking dipshits.
Doing here is pretending history began in 2013. Black Americans were massively underrepresented in medicine for most of modern American history due to segregation and exclusion from medical schools and the destruction of black medical institutions.
And by the way, with that fucking goddamn graph that he posted, there's a reason why he's putting up the fucking percentages and not the raw numbers. Because if you look at the fucking raw numbers of the amount of black people that are applying and getting administered within those fucking goddamn medical schools, the reason why it is so low is because there are just not as many of them, or rather the percentages are as high as they are, is because there are not as many black people that are applying and getting, well, there's not as many black people that are getting accepted into those fucking programs, or applying for those programs, not accepted. Not as many black people that are applying for those programs. It's late, my fucking brain is a little jambled, okay? It's been long enough, okay? Brain no work, blah, 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 blah. But yes, there are just not as many of them applying for those programs. Doy.
After the Flexner report, Abraham Flexner got all but 2 black medical schools shut down, setting black American medical students back decades. By the 1950s, major medical schools literally had little...
Oh my god, there was some racist whitey who got black medical schools shut down? Shocker.
No black students at all. So, when affirmative action and diversity initiatives began ramping up in the latter half of the 20th century, they were responding to a historical reality where black Americans had been systematically locked out of the profession for generations. The source of Zach's image is the Association of American Medical Colleges. Here's their website. On their site, they have a pie chart demonstrating the demographics of all active physicians by race or ethnicity. Black Americans make up 5% of this chart.
Whoa. Sorry, you can't fucking present a chart to these fucking morons because they don't know how to read.
Lowest of the groups on Zach's graph. They also show that black matriculants, or first-year enrollees, make up less than 3% as per the latest data. So what Zach is doing is trying to shock you by showing you a scary graph with no context. Black medical students are severely underrepresented, and affirmative action initiatives are seeking to correct a historical imbalance that was created due to racism. His graph isn't even illustrating what he's trying to communicate. This graph is showing how each subgroup matches up within their own subgroup. For example, if we look at the group on the right, it's saying that 94% of all applicants with those MCAT scores and GPAs got accepted. Do you notice how these numbers don't add up to 100? Right, because this is acceptance rate within a subgroup, not the amount of people that got accepted.
Now this is important for you idiots to fucking pay attention to this, because again, if all the fucking black students were getting accepted across all these fucking various universities, and it depends on the universities, by the way, as well, but whatever. A lot of black people tend to enroll into HBCUs, for example. Why? There's fucking reasons for that. Yada, yada, yada. Whatever. Mostly because of segregation. Yeah, that's why. The reason why it's so fucking high amongst black people is because there's just not as many of them that are applying for those fucking goddamn programs. Yeah. That's why. Like, in comparison to the amount of Asians or white people that are applying to these fucking programs, the reason why these percentages are lower is because there's a lot more of them that are applying to those medical programs. Yeah. Stupid.
If 100 black applicants applied and there's a 94% acceptance rate within that subgroup, that's 94 students. However, if 400 white students applied and there's a 63% acceptance rate within that subgroup, that's 252 students.
Hey, this is the same thing I said. Crazy.
That's what this graph is showing, the acceptance rate within a subgroup. The reason the black acceptance rate within its subgroup is higher is because the total number of black applicants is lower. Here is the data from one of the years represented in Zach's graph. This table is showing the number of black applicants total. As you can see, Howard University got the most black medical student applicants that year with 89 applicants. When we look at white students of that same year, the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor got the most applicants with 485 applicants. When we look at Asian students, UCLA got the most applicants with 430 applicants. If we go back to Zach's graph and assume these applicants fit the criteria of those on the right, this would mean there were 84 black students, 306 white students, and 250 Asian students. Do you now understand how Zach is misleading you with...
Whoa. Listen, I need people to pay attention. These are numbers. These are very, very important numbers for people to understand. Listen, 84, okay? It's for black people. It's a lot less than 306 by a factor of about 3. Almost 4. But we'll do about 3. And 250, which again, off by about a factor of almost exactly 3. Yeah, that's the issue. That is true, Boy Meets Spinning. I should be thinking about Zach's fucking mental. That's true.
The usage of this graph, and this is on top of the fact that when you actually look at where black students applied, they tended to be HBCUs and schools in the southern United States, not schools that were appealing to Asian.
Where there's a lot more black people concentrated within the United States of America. Why? Slavery. Yeah.
Who generally preferred schools in my home state of California. These two groups are not in conflict. And finally, if we look at the current data, there is a slight bump in the number of black and Asian applicants, but overall, the trend remains steady. Zach does not know what he's talking about, and he's hoping that you won't notice that with his theatrics.
Look at the graph. That's insane. Look at this. Oh my God. 56 versus 6 and 8%. The reason why I include Asians is because Asians are the only other minority group that get both ends of the shit stick. Not only were they put...
This is again him doing the fucking model minority bullshit. Again, stupid.
In internment camps if you were Japanese in World War II, but on top of that, now you're being systematically disenfranchised in college because
not the Japanese internment camps, which was obviously fucking bad. No one is saying that, but do we need to go through the list for fucking black people? Again, redlining, slavery, segregation, like lynch mobs were a fucking thing within the United States of America. Unironic, like, sundown towns. That's also a fucking thing that still exists to this fucking day, including, like, redlining as well. Systemic discrimination. Not being able to have as many job applications be, or job discrimination also happens amongst fucking black people. Housing discrimination. There's a lot of fucking things. Some repeats in there, but it varies, of course, depending on the form of discrimination. It's not necessarily 100% the same. Blah, 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 blah. But that's how this fucking works, man. There's so many fucking programs or policies you can point to that have led to black people being fucking discriminated against. Stupid. Yes, 1000% Boy Meets Minnie. All these exact same things were also weaponized against indigenous, Asian, and Hispanic people. But black people really got the short end of the stick.
You're doing too well. No, that's the reason why I'm including them. It's because it's bullshit. It's bullshit for them. And also, a lot of the things that are happening for white people are not only happening to white people, that they're worse for Asians. There's the chart right there. But it's the Supreme Court ruling is ridiculous. Oh, of course. So now let's get into how all the courts are rigged. Oh my God. Ta-da!
Okay, bro. Like, I guarantee you, if I were to take a look through Asmongold's fucking political segments of him complaining about all of the fucking goddamn cases that the Trump administration has brought in through the appeals court that have gotten rejected by the fucking lower courts, I can guarantee you this motherfucker will be complaining about activist judges. Guaranteed. Oh yeah, like, he doesn't give a fuck about Asian Americans, because guess what? Indians are fucking Asian, Asmongold. And do we need to fucking talk about probably how much you hate H-1B visas for the dumbest fucking reasons on the planet?
What other areas are black and Hispanic people benefiting at the expense of Asian people besides the overstated college admissions issue?
Overstated. If this is overstated, guys.
Yeah, as in the issue is overstated. You fucking idiot. Because you're contributing directly to that overstatement. You fucking idiot. Okay, dude.
Overstated.
Ta-da!
Give examples. I'm sure everyone would like to hear them, Zach. And please, be very specific.
Is this it? Where the areas of black and Hispanic people benefiting at the expense of Asian people? There's that one. The college is massive.
It's got nothing, man. Like, literally, like, more Asian people and white people apply to fucking doctoral fucking programs in comparison to black people. That's just a fact. There's still disparities to this fucking day. Will it ever be equal? Probably not, given the numbers. But you could do many things to try to mitigate that sort of problem. Try to help it out. And that's what a DEI and affirmative action is essentially trying to help with mitigating. But you don't want it mitigated because you just hate black people, bro.
Exactly. He had literally zero examples besides college. I asked him to provide a single other example, and he couldn't do it. Mainly because he doesn't actually give a fuck about Asian people and is performing here, but also due to the fact that there aren't any other examples, and that affirmative action is beneficial to Asian people, something they, with the exception of the Chinese, agree with. I just proved again that the college admissions issue is overstated and overblown. So, now that this talking point is thoroughly debunked, where are black and Hispanic people benefiting at the expense of Asians? Remember, I am responding to this tweet, where that's exactly what he said. If he cannot provide another example, this is proof that he doesn't care about Asians and is simply weaponizing them against other minority groups. We currently have a compromised Supreme Court that is doing its damnedest.
The Supreme Court is compromised. They're making all the bad rulings. So
yeah, because they're fucking ruling in a highly partisan way. But you're okay with how they're ruling in a partisan way because it's beneficial to you. I guarantee you, if there is a ruling, I'm going to tell you right now, if there is a ruling, for example, in terms of the, what's the name of the fucking, it's not affirmative action, thing with the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship, this motherfucker is going to complain about it. I can guarantee it.
Basically, it's either you're right or they're scamming.
There's a third option, Toothless. How about the Supreme Court should be fair? That since they didn't get voted in by the American public, they shouldn't be partisan. It's all fun and games when the courts and government are full of people on your side, but when the rabbit gets the gun, you will be right back here saying exactly what I am. Play fair. Treat every citizen and potential citizen equally under the law, and to not rule based on party lines. The Supreme Court is currently not abiding by that, and it's obvious to anyone that's paying attention. And for those of you who aren't paying attention, let's see what Zach's old pal Grok had to say. Wow, would you look at that? Yes, the data supports that the Supreme Court has shifted right since Trump's appointments. It's almost like I live in reality and Zach lives in filth.
So this is, yes, and finally the Supreme Court is making the right decisions. Conspiracy theories.
Implement overwhelmingly conservative.
It's incredible how he just says immediately, actually, no, it's not corrupted. They're all actually making the correct decisions. It's incredible, man. He just can't, he can't fucking help himself. He can't do it, dude.
Policies and rulings, and these rulings almost always come at the expense of Black Americans.
Yeah, that's because there's a lot of institutional racial advantages that Black Americans have that they shouldn't have. Things like affirmative action, DEI, preferential hiring processes, all of those things should be deleted.
He just named the same thing 3 times. Are there others? Will he provide any evidence? Is that t-shirt clean? Find out next time on Hobo Stream Z.
If there are no racial differences, then we should approach the problems like that by looking at commonalities that affect all groups of people, such as income.
Oh, come on, Zach. You're contradicting yourself here.
He's fucking Vegeta. Dude, Birdman's gone Super Saiyan Blue. That's crazy.
That there are innate racial differences, or at least that's what you said. So if there are differences, your argument fails. You either accept that there are no racial differences and drop your Somalis or low IQ talking point, or there are racial differences and we have to keep affirmative action. You see, this is the problem with a guy who stands for nothing. His position flip-flops based on when he's talking. Months ago, he argued that white women benefit from affirmative action, and today he's saying it's racist. Months ago, he argued that Somalis inherently have a lower IQ, and today he's saying that because there are no racial differences, we should get rid of affirmative action and policies that seek to correct historical marginalization. This is a telltale sign of a grifter. The wind is blowing a different way, and so are Asmongold's talking points.
See, I don't think I agree with that. I'm going to be honest here. I think I think it's just because he's too stupid. I still think it's because he's just too much of a fucking idiot. I'm going to be honest here. I think he's just because he's too stupid in order to be able to, like, come up with, like, any fucking points for himself. I really do think it's just because he's, like, shockingly fucking stupid.
We don't have slavery anymore. We don't have Jim Crow anymore. We don't have segregation anymore. No matter how much people want to cosplay on Twitter thinking that they're, still in the Underground Railroad or something, we're not even anywhere near that at all. None of these things have anything to do with current day. It's
sure,
income.
man.
So now you're malding about the Supreme Court case. Okay, got it.
Hinged on the idea that American institutions like Harvard already operate on a level playing field, which we know they don't.
Yes.
At Harvard specifically, there are legacy admissions, donor preferences, networking advantages, and wealth inheritance that disproportionately benefit white students.
Okay, they should get rid of that.
I agree.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah, legacy admissions, they should get rid of that stuff. Okay, because here, Asmongold, this is just for you, buddy. Listen, because we all know how much you hate white women. What was the name of that one white woman actress who got busted trying to do, like, literally, like, illegal action? Lori Loughlin. Thank you, Boy Meets. I think that's her. But she was trying to do, like, literally everything possible to get her daughter into, I think it was Yale? I don't remember exactly. USC, yes. She bribed USC to try to administer, I think it was her daughter, into USC to, well, again, try to bribe a university to allow her fucking daughter into the university that I think she applied. I don't remember exactly 100% the details of the fucking story, but there you go. There's an instance of unironic fucking legacy admissions being beneficial for fucking white people, which, again, stuff like DEI would address. Lori Loughlin, the star of Full House. Yes, I think it was her. I could be misremembering.
Is there a butt coming? There's a butt coming, isn't there?
I don't, and also, like, disproportionately benefiting white students, that doesn't make it bad.
Dude, he really can't fucking, like, go 3 seconds without just, I don't know, like, fucking shoving his whole foot in his mouth. It's incredible to me, dude. Without benefiting. I think there should be a benefit to white students. What if I were to tell you that legacy admissions do disproportionately benefit white students? You dumb motherfucker, dude. Jesus Christ.
Things that disproportionately benefit black people? That's bad. Things that disproportionately benefit white people?
That doesn't make it bad.
You cannot make this shit up.
This is the thing.
Jesus,
Like, I just, oh my god. This is why these people are actually just.
Did he just like realize how fucking stupid he is? Okay, bro. Honestly, I don't even think he has the educational level of a fucking 5th grader, Clay. I think it's honestly lower than that. I think he has the educational level of a fucking preschooler.
Racist. They're actually just racist. They want to advocate for and say that, oh, well, this...
Like, did he just realize the idiotic shit that he just fucking said or something? I hope he did. I hope he just recognized the extremely fucking stupid shit he just said.
It's bad because it disadvantages, or it gives advantages to white people. Meanwhile, they want something that's exclusive for an advantage for themselves.
This is as delusional and disingenuous as it gets. First of all, you just called me racist.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest here. Like, he just kind of said words. Like, I'm gonna be honest here. I think he just said words. Because he recognized that he just got caught saying something extremely fucking stupid. And then as a byproduct, he has to just, like, scramble to say a bunch of fucking nonsense to, I don't know, not look like a complete embarrassment to the collection of dumbasses he calls an audience.
Racist, Asmongold. Is that a claim you're willing to stand behind publicly? Because I'm pretty sure you're currently whining about being called exactly that. Scared that Twitch is going to ban you because of other people's words.
Black people aren't genetically inferior?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest here. I think you should just be banned for a lot of other fucking reasons. Because there's constant flagrant violations of the fucking TOS. Because Asmongold loves to violate the TOS. That's like his favorite fucking pastime.
No, I mean, of course not. Like, but anyway, this is what these people like to do. They like to make up bullshit. And the only reason, really, that I respond to this kind of stuff is because generally I don't want to get, like, banned on Twitch or something. And so I don't want people to create a narrative that, like, this is what I said, and then I get in trouble for it.
Second, this part of my video is me talking about a guy who ignored the structural advantages white students receive at Harvard to focus on black student admissions. You would know that if you hadn't paused to rant during a part of the video. There's a red do not pause button on the screen. It's almost like you didn't allow me to complete a thought again. Third, you're literally doing the
sorry, Birdman, but bro is too stupid to do that.
Meme. When you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. Look at the chart you pulled up earlier. Black people are at the very bottom. If there were a government program that specifically helped black and Hispanic people earn enough money to simply match, and only match, the white median household income, you would call that a racist policy. And of course, upon hearing me say this right now...
Dude, it's also like the same thing with all these like anti-woke grifting fucking dumbasses who keep constantly talking about like, why are there all these black people being put in as characters in these video games? How dare they do that? And it's just like... I don't know, because that's like the creative direction that they want in that fucking game or something. Like, why are you having such a fucking conniption about it? Do you know how many fucking video games there are with white fucking characters and white leads? Shut the fuck up. You're complaining about something wholeheartedly irrelevant.
Now, you would cope and lie and say that you wouldn't, but the truth is that this is exactly what you're doing with affirmative action, because all these programs are seeking to do is exactly that. Help historically marginalized groups get on an equal playing field.
Wow.
The Asian cohort went from 37% to 37%. Literally zero change to them, but a 4% drop in black student admission, which, if you haven't been paying attention, is the fucking goal. The group that's...
Isn't the goal supposed to be having a fair admission process where you're able to apply and then be judged based off of your ability to...
That's what they're trying to address with DEI and fucking affirmative action, you fucking troglodyte. Stop trying to reinvent the wheel, bro. Okay, bro.
You know, perform well in a college. Like, I thought the goal isn't to get black people into college. The goal isn't to get white people into college. The goal is to get smart people into college.
This guy routinely...
That's not... Okay, inaccurate. He dropped out of college. But no, that's not the point of college, you dumb motherfucker. Jesus Christ. The point of college is to get educated. That is the point of college. It is not to be fucking smart or stupid or something. Like, oh man, dude. We're losing brain cells at like 2:30 in the morning.
says the stupidest shit imaginable. The goal is to get all people into college, Zach, because that's how they become smart people. The evidence shows that college-educated people are beneficial to society and commit significantly less crime. You know, that thing you're pretending to care about? The more educated a society is, the fewer Asmongolds we have. As for students performing well, you don't even care about that. You put a graph on the screen showing black medical students with a 30 on their MCATs and high GPAs and got mad about it while misunderstanding the fucking graph. So miss me with your bullshit copathon ass on breath, because the reality is that even when black students perform well academically, you people will come up with another ridiculous reason they don't belong. Edward Blum, who has dedicated his entire career to dismantling progress.
Oh, that's the name of the guy that I kept fucking forgetting, because I'm really bad with names, guys. I don't know how many times I have to keep saying that, but I'm really, really bad with names. Yes, it was Edward Blum, who basically does, like, I think everything possible in order to basically just try to take down DEI, I guess, for, like, lack of a better fucking term.
In racial equality. And
Based, patriot, champion.
Specifically,
of course.
Black representation.
Black representation. See, this is the verbal sleight.
Uh-oh. The lizard brain word was just used. Uh-oh. Time to have a fucking conniption about it.
Hand that these people try to use is they try to use terms like representation and equality when what they're really saying is institutional preferential treatment that is now being rescinded because the institutional preferential treatment is no longer justified because the counterbalance doesn't exist anymore.
This is
fucking stupid. Literally your own fucking graphs. All the fucking stupid bullshit that you keep posting to try to epically fucking debug the fucking video that you're watching literally refutes all that. Idiot.
Refuted with a simple question. Why are black people the lowest on the socioeconomic ladder? If these things don't exist and we no longer need to correct for disparity,
that's true.
Why are there still disparities? You said it yourself earlier that we should help those without the means. Which group is that, Zach? Go on. You can do it.
Crying about a DEI district. Yeah, those are getting deleted.
It's incredible to me how this motherfucker... Wait, is he calling the fucking districts that were created as a byproduct of the fucking Voting Rights Act DEI? Why am I not fucking surprised? Okay, bro. Jesus Christ. Now listen, you can have problems with that particular legislation within the Voting Rights Act, and you can have an honest conversation about that. Sure. Absolutely. The problem is that the reason why those districts are being taken away is not because of like honest reasonings from the fucking Supreme Court. They're just doing it because they hate fucking black people. It's just dumb. Because again, if a Republican legislator in the fucking state house and the state legislator could take away the ability for black people to vote, they would.
Deleted now, aren't they? It's time to vote like an American. I know, it must be horrible. You can't be basing decisions off of racial bias.
Oh, really?
Okay, I might want to tell that to every fucking Republican state legislator that has been doing everything possible to try to gerrymander black people out of existence from being able to vote. Idiot.
You should be telling that to white people in your state of Texas, Zach, because that's exactly what they're doing.
Like, disproportionately benefiting whites doesn't make it bad. You know, like me, I don't know. I was hoping people would vote as Americans, not as an ethnicity. I don't want to.
Are African Americans not Americans now or something? Like, what the fuck is the point of bringing this? That's a rhetorical question. Obviously, he does not think that African Americans are actual Americans.
Have ethnic tribal voting in America. Nobody wants this. You think you do, but you don't. It will create chaos.
This moron is completely off topic. What we are talking about is gerrymandering in Texas, which reduces the voice of black Texans who historically vote Democrat. Everyone with a brain knows why Texas gerrymandered their districts to hell, and it has nothing to do with what this used Petri dish is rambling about. This one was important because it resulted in a landmark decision that allowed historically racially discriminant states in the South to fuck with voter ID laws, removing...
Don't tell me this is somebody that thinks voter ID laws are racist, right?
Okay, first off, yes, voter ID laws are fucking racist. Duh. But second off, your dumbass does not know the fucking point of voter ID laws. Listen, if these motherfuckers found so much fucking election fraud, which they love to fucking constantly have a screed about over and over and over again, they love fucking, like, moaning and crying and complaining about fucking voter ID laws consistently. If there was so much fucking voter fraud happening in the United States of America, why haven't you found that much? I'm just asking. I'm just curious. Why have you not found all the massive instances of voter ID fraud that's happening? Because apparently it's happening all over the place in the United States of America. Allegedly, if you were to ask these fucking troglodytes, Why haven't they found all the instances of voter ID fraud? In fact, and here's the real fucking funny thing about all of this, most of the instances of voter ID fraud that generally speaking happen within the United States of America just in 2020 alone, guess who did most of them in the like barely double digits? Like I think it wasn't even 20 instances of it, right? Out of the millions upon millions of votes that were cast in the 2020 election. But whatever. You want to know who did the vast majority of those fucking instances of voter fraud, rather? Not voter ID fraud, but voter fraud. It was Republicans voting twice for Donald Trump. Yeah. Stupid.
If voter ID laws are racist, is it racist to buy alcohol?
You know, I considered turning this video
Jesus
off
Christ,
at this
bro.
moment. I know I'm dealing with a person that has a...
Like, is it racist to buy fucking alcohol? It's not the same thing, you fucking idiot. Okay.
a fourth grade education, but it gets to a point where listening to this shit brings down one's intelligence level. I physically felt one of the wrinkles in my brain smooth out after hearing that, and now it totally makes sense why Asmongold's audience behaves the way they do. Listening to this man speak actually makes you dumber.
I'm sorry, but if you're too stupid to get an ID, I don't care what skin color you are, I don't want you to vote.
Then I am grateful that it is not up to you.
The reason voter ID laws result in voter suppression is because the types of IDs advocates of these laws want specifically target lower income people. And as we all learned
Whoa, shocker. Now, hey, Asmongold, what if I were to tell you, okay? Here's the real fucking red pill, alright? Same with you, fucking Birdman. This was always the intention of the fucking Founding Fathers. Yeah, the Founding Fathers never wanted fucking poor people to be able to vote to begin with. Why? Because they think you're all too stupid to be able to vote. That is why. They only wanted wealthy fucking aristocrats to be able to fucking vote. That's it, right? Unironically, if the Founding Fathers figured out that someone like Asmongold, A, had wealth and was able to fucking vote, they'd be like, what the fuck is this? How the fuck does this guy have money? How the fuck is this guy able to vote? They'd be like, brother ew, brother ew, brother ew, brother ew. They'd be brother ewing constantly over the fact that Asmongold has the ability to vote because of how much of an idiot he is.
earlier class, there is a very specific type of person that is lower income.
The niggas.
We know that voter ID laws don't protect against voter fraud because voter fraud is not an actual problem in the United States. According to the Heritage Foundation,
It's not.
you know, the right-wing think tank that led Project 2025, voter fraud is minuscule, accounting for tens of votes over the past 38 years.
Like, if it's fucking the Heritage Project also fucking saying this shit, you know you have fucked up. You have fucked up badly.
So, if right-wingers know that voter fraud isn't a thing that's happening, why do they push voter ID laws so hard?
The niggas.
They hate
Laws
black
that
people.
affect or benefit black people. Just like I pointed out in my last video, it's a strange coincidence everything Zach promotes is backed by some white guy whose life goal is to shit on black people.
I mean, it's the fact.
Ew. We didn't need to...
Bro, that's just a fucking fact, bro. Listen, I'll say it again. You just fucking hate black people, bro. You just don't like... Listen, you just don't like black people. Like, that's... Like, at the very least, you just, like, admit it, dude. You know? It would be more honest if you just admitted how much you just don't like black people. Like, that's it. Because I don't think you like black people all that much. As much as you like to pretend that and say that you like black people. No, you fucking don't. If you liked black people, then you wouldn't be saying this, like, stupid fuck shit constantly. Yet you keep saying all this stupid fuck shit constantly. I wonder why.
to see those Cinnamon Toast Crunch you call teeth.
Are they right or not?
No, Gingivitis man, they are not. That's why we are here, to dispel bullshit from bullshit artists. That's why you're in this series. If you made it to a Birdman video, you done fucked up. I have an entire video showing why Lynn was wrong. You know, the one where you lied and said I called you a racist? So the rest of this video is him watching another video and rambling incoherencies for another couple of minutes, the most interesting of which is where he directly called Asians a model minority.
Yeah, they are a model minority. It's a fact. It's not a myth, it's a fact. Look at crime rates, look at success rates, look at income and everything, yeah.
What the fuck does success rates... What does that even fucking mean, bro? God, this is incredible. Honestly, like, Boy Meets Minnie, like, at a certain time, at a certain point in time, you just have to be like, wow, he's just, like, way too astronomically fucking stupid to be able to, like, engage properly with, like, basic sort of, like, concepts. It's like, yeah, you're trying to use that as, like, a way to have them as, like, a cudgel against other minorities that you don't like. That's kind of the problem, Zach. That's the issue, buddy.
Yeah, I wish everybody that came here acted like that. It's not a myth, it's a fact.
That's a racial stereotype, by the way. And I'm sure all Asian people watching this would be interested to hear that. He thinks you're a good little dog, doing what you're told and not stepping out of line. This is a form of racial essentialism, which itself is a form of racism. Because Asmongold
is racist.
Is the racist. Said it that time.
Jesus fucking Christ. Asmongold, okay. That was very, very long. I spent way too fucking much time on this. Jesus Christ. Why did I do that? I don't know why I did that. Because I want myself to suffer. I don't know. Like, what else is there to really say? Asmongold, you're a fucking idiot and you hate black people. You are a racist. Period. End of story. All of you fucking Asmongold little morons can suck my dick and eat my shit. I don't really give much of a shit. You listen to this stuff because you're racist. Period. End of story. You like racism, you people are probably racist yourselves, and you're all fucking stupid. Yeah, don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Man, that took way too fucking long. Well, we have finished our train station. Now, assuming I think how this thing might work is these things basically check what is in the we have some smart stations here, but these things will check what is in the chests and appropriately mark the stations and say to the train, hey, come over and pick this shit up. I think, if I'm reading it correctly. It'll be like, hey, asshole, come get this shit. Don't know how interrupts exactly work with these fucking things, but we'll see if it fucks anything up. I'm just going to assume that it doesn't. Smile. Where does it say there's double import? There should not be double import. It should be... And click enter. Fuck my life. Alright, so export, full cargo, import, empty cargo. And just like that, it easily finds the path. Boom. Easy peasy. With that. Export full cargo, import empty cargo. And go. Look at it go. Look at the little train. Wee. Boop boop. Look at it go. Okay, so these things will automatically set in the wild card exactly what the thing is based on the fucking chests, basically. And then it'll tell the appropriate train to be like, hey, asshole, come and fucking get it. Nope, that's the point of all this gobbledygook right here. All these fucking combinators and whatnot. Now what I need to do... all you need to do is build the rest of your train of your dream configuration. Okay, so we have a bunch of... I need to get a locomotive and essentially program it how I want and then copy it to the rest of the stuff, because right now we only have like these interrupts set. Of which I should be able to add, and it shouldn't really fuck with anything. That should not be too difficult. You. Bring to me a locomotive. Well, I only needed 1. I did not need 5, but I will take 5. That's fine. Lovely. Well, I only need 1, not 5. God, I have so much other stuff I need to talk about. I spent way too long on that. It's almost 3 in the morning. No, we have to power through. We have to. I can bitch, moan, and complain about as much as I want, and I will. But we have to do it. Alright. I'm gonna grab water. I'm gonna stretch my legs. Go to the bathroom, and then we're gonna keep going. Because we have to do all this shit. So I will be right back. Boo. Alright. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, it's time to get started. Alright, let's go. In our latest episode of Iran War Watch, Trump seemingly wanting to do everything possible to sink an Iran negotiation for no fucking reason, probably at the behest of Israel. Oh my god. What a fucking shocker. Are you surprised? Am I surprised? Are we all surprised? No. No, we're not surprised by this whatsoever. Because, of course, this was always the point of the actions and behaviors of fucking Israel specifically. Oh, they're trying to do everything possible to sink the Iran deal. Or, not the Iran deal, but the attempts at negotiations that the United States and the Iranians are trying to do. For what exactly? So, Israel can continue bombing the shit out of, well, Iran. And continue to have a reason to be at war constantly, to have the wartime economy going, so that Benjamin Netanyahu cannot, I'm going to reiterate this, can just not face any of his fucking corruption charges in court. It really does all stem from that, doesn't it? When he and his fucking boys decide to just randomly show up unironically, in the Situation Room, so he can try to convince Trump to do this dumbass fucking war. Fucking... You can't even fucking zoom into this shit because of just how fucking, like... how much he's written here. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, what the fuck is this? Honestly, I think this is probably one of the worst things to have ever happened to Donald Trump, is the fact that this motherfucker was not allowed to have a character limit on his stupid goddamn social media platform. Negotiations with the Islamic Republic of Iran, are proceeding nicely. Sure, totally. Willing to make a bet that on a dime, that's gonna fucking flip. It will only be a great deal for all, or no deal at all. Back to the battlefront and shooting, but bigger and stronger than ever before, and nobody wants that. During my discussions on Saturday with President Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the United Arab Emirates, Emir Tamim bin Hamad bin Khalifa Ali Al Thani, Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Why are we... Okay, hold on. Why are we putting out the full fucking names of all these jabronis? Like, what the fuck's going on here? And it is very difficult to pronounce these names already with my normal fucking voice, if I'm trying to read at, like, a normal pace. It's especially fucking difficult if I'm doing this in Trump's voice. Jesus. Okay, yeah, he's negotiating with all the Gulf states. Okay, very, very cool. I started that after all the work done by the United States to try and pull this very complex puzzle together. Oh, that's why he named all the fucking names there, to make it sound as complex as possible. Okay, bro. It should be mandatory that all of these countries, at a minimum, simultaneously sign on to the Abrahamic Accords. So, yeah, that's why I like, he's trying to basically sink the Iran deal. at the behest of fucking Israel. There is no fucking way that all of these countries are going to sign on to the fucking Abrahamic Accords. That's not fucking happening. No fucking shot. Especially the Turks. Why the fuck are the Turks here? Recently, there was another instance of the Global Sumud Flotilla, which got intercepted in international waters by the Israelis. Again, that's piracy, Trump, which is illegal, but you don't give a shit about that. Where Recep Tayyip Erdogan was basically saying in a press conference, "Fuck the Israelis for doing this shit. It's a flagrant international violation of international law." Obviously, I'm being a little more, shall we say, I'm playing up the language here a little bit. He obviously didn't say that, but there are instances of aid flotillas being sent from Turkey, from Turkish activist groups, of which the Israelis deployed commandos onto and have killed those Turkish fucking citizens. I think it was about 12 people that got killed in that instance there. There is no fucking way that the Turks are going to want to sign on to the Abraham Accords because of just how much they fucking hate Israelis. And I don't think Erdogan is that big of a fan of them either, because they just randomly kill their fucking citizens all the fucking time. Which is why all these fucking Arab leaders, more than likely, are not going to fucking sign on to that stuff. Some of them will. Some of the Gulf states probably will, because they're going to get concessions from the United States of America in terms of defensive treaties and a lot more American arms and weapons, which is mostly what they want in particular, or partially to try to stroke a little bit of Trump's ego. But I guarantee you, most of these guys are not going to fucking join. Pakistan, probably not going to fucking join. The Turks are definitely not going to fucking join. Absolutely the fuck not. Maybe a bunch of these guys probably will. Like a bunch of the Gulf states. Maybe. But most of these dudes, not fucking happening. Those countries discussed are Saudi Arabia, the UAE, already a member, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey. That's how you know someone else fucking wrote this shit, not him. Egypt, Jordan, and Bahrain, already a member. It may be possible that one or two have a reason for not doing so, and that would be accepted. Okay, so then what the fuck is the point of then, yes, he could have also used AI to make this, but then what the fuck is the point of trying to make them sign on to the negotiation then, to the Abrahamic Accords then? Like, what's the point of this at this point? If you're saying that they may have some reasons to not do that, and that's okay, so then why would they join? Why would they join into something that's actively unpopular with their own populaces? Because again, with most of these places, this is actively very, very unpopular, right? In Saudi Arabia, they hate the Israelis, right? The population in Saudi Arabia fucking hate the Israelis. Same with probably most of these fucking Gulf states. They probably hate the Israelis. That's why they don't want to go through with it. But Trump doesn't get that because he's an idiot. But most should be ready, willing, and able to make this settlement with Iran a far more historic event than it would otherwise be. He wants to have some kind of fucking legacy for a war he fucking started. The Abraham Accords have proven to be, for the countries involved, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, and Kazakhstan, a financial, economic, and social boom. Nah, they just want to fucking play to your ego, bro. Highly fucking doubt that. Even during this time of conflict and war, with the current members never even suggesting leaving or taking so much as even a pause, the reason for this is that the Abraham Accords have been great for them. Is there even any, what economic incentives that most of these fucking guys get besides probably American weaponry? Because that's the only thing that I can see as that being the case. Is that an American economic boon for them? Was that a financial boon for them? Was it socially? Because I guarantee you, most of the populaces that live in those countries do not like Israelis all that much, for probably a lot of bad reasons. The reason for this is that the Abraham Accords have been great for them. It's going to be better for everyone, and they will bring true power, strength, and peace to the Middle East for the first time in 5,000 years. It will be a document respected like no other that has ever been signed anywhere in the world. I hope the next Democratic administration just rips this shit apart That'd be so fucking funny. Just actively shit on this guy's quote-unquote legacy. Its level of importance and prestige will be unparalleled. It should start with the immediate signing by Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and everyone else should follow suit. If they don't, they should not be a part of this deal, and that it shows bad intention. How is it so bad intention from them for the fact that their populaces don't fucking want this shit because of how unpopular Israel is in there? Stupid. And speaking to numerous of the great leaders mentioned above, they would be honored, as soon as our document is signed, to have the Islamic Republic of Iran as part of the Abraham Accords. Dude, that's how you know this shit's not gonna go anywhere whatsoever. Because he thinks that Iran...
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Yeah, this shit's all fucking happening as well. Like, because he thinks that... that they can get the fucking... that they can get fucking Iran to join the Abraham Accords. Bro, that's never fucking happening ever. Jesus Christ, dude. That's hilarious. Dude, this thing is so fucking dead on arrival. It, like... You would not believe just how dead on arrival it is. Wow, now that would be something special. Dude, this shit's so fucking cooked, bro. This would be the most important deal that any of these great but always in conflict countries will ever sign. Are most of the Gulf countries really in conflict? I mean, they're in conflict because of you dumbass, but whatever. Nothing in the past or the future will surpass it. Therefore, I am mandatorily requesting that all countries immediately sign the Abraham Accords, and that if Iran signs its agreement with me as President of the United States of America, it will be an honor to have them also be a part of this unparalleled world coalition. The Middle East would be united, powerful, and economically strong like perhaps no other area anywhere in the world. By copy of this truth, I'm asking my representatives to begin and successfully complete the process of signing these countries into the already historic Abrahamic Accords. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Dude, there's no way this is fucking happening. This is the unironic fucking nonsense. It's dead on arrival. Why the fuck would Iran sign onto this shit? And again, there's tons of reasoning for as to why the other countries here are not going to sign on to this. Turkey is a non-starter. Pakistan probably is not going to fucking sign that shit either, because the constituents within those countries fucking hate Israel for good reasons, because they will unironically just kill their citizens in commando raids. It's fucking stupid. No way that this is happening. And here, another reason why I don't think this shit's going to happen is based off of this shit right here from Benjamin Netanyahu himself. I spoke last night with President Donald Trump about the Memorandum of Understanding to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and the upcoming negotiations toward a final agreement on Iran's nuclear program. I expressed my deep appreciation to President Trump for his unwavering commitment to Israel's security, including during Operation Roaring Lion and Epstein's Fury, when American-Israeli forces fought shoulder to shoulder against the Iranian threat. Wait, hold on. Have any Israeli forces been deployed to do bombing campaigns at all whatsoever? I mean, he said that he wouldn't join in on the potential for a ground invasion. I guess, like, he's talking about specifically Israeli bombings, mostly. But, yeah, shoulder to shoulder with the Americans. Yeah, sure. Totally, bro. President Trump and I agree that any final agreement with Iran must eliminate the nuclear danger. That means dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment sites and removing its nuclear material from its territory. Yeah, this is pretty much a fucking non-starter. Not fucking happening whatsoever. Because guess what? The Iranians already offered to do that. And guess what? Trump's negotiators were too stupid to understand that. So at this point, why the fuck would they offer that to you? They have no reason to, because it doesn't matter. Because you motherfuckers bombed the Iranians anyways. And given how untrustworthy the Americans and the Israelis are in this fucking negotiation, there is no way that the Iranians are going to agree to anything that comes out of the mouth of the fucking Israelis, because they are known to be fucking liars and to break ceasefires anyways. President Trump also reaffirmed Israel's right to defend itself against threats on every front, including Lebanon. Oh yeah, another reason why this fucking deal is not going to go anywhere is because as a part of the negotiations for peace that the Iranians want, they keep saying that Israel needs to stop attacking Lebanon. Because guess what? They're not just attacking Hezbollah, they're also attacking other parts of Lebanon as well. Stupid. The partnership between us and our two countries has proven on the battlefield and has never been stronger. My policy, like President Trump's, remains unchanged. Iran will not have nuclear weapons. Too bad that the Ayatollah called for a fucking fatwa on the fucking creation of nuclear weapons. But do you care about that? No. You don't give a shit about that. Again, this is just an excuse for Israel to continue the fucking constant bombing campaigns they're doing of Iran. Because, again, Israel needs to be in a constant state of war in order to be able to justify its own fucking existence. Which means, and this is for you, Blue Mega diptards, that it is a fundamentally fucking illiberal state. Because Israel will do anything possible in order to maintain the fucking war and its war economy so that Benjamin Netanyahu can stay in power so then he doesn't face his fucking corruption charges. Stupid. But what else is there to really stay? This fucking goddamn deal, I'm gonna be honest, this attempt at negotiating, not fucking happening, dude. There's just things that are just not going to be agreed to whatsoever from probably like probably a vast majority of these fucking goddamn leaders. Because again, saying that signing on to the Abrahamic Accords as a prerequisite to try to have like a negotiated fucking settlement to the fucking war with Iran is fucking stupid. Not gonna fucking happen. But then again, like this is like Trump's pathetic attempt to try to secure some form of a legacy for himself before he inevitably sort of just goes by the wayside after the fucking goddamn midterms and becomes the lame duck that he basically already is. This is stupid. It's not going to go anywhere. And if you really think in your heart of hearts that as a prerequisite for these negotiations with Iran needs to have all the rest of the Gulf states and pretty much the majority of the Middle East to join on to the fucking Abraham Accords, which nobody is going to fucking like and nobody already likes in most of these fucking countries, then you're fucking delusional. But then again, we're talking about President Trump here, whose brain is constantly leaking out of his ears. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Well, if we even have midterms. That's true, Boy Meets Minnie. Gotta wet the throat, folks. We're wetting our throats. I mean, MBS wants to be a part of the Abrahamic Accords because it will guarantee more U.S. weaponry, right? That's why he wants to be a part of the Abrahamic Accords. He wants more U.S. fucking weapons, specifically. All these guys want more U.S. weapons. The problem is, and why it's mostly untenable for most of them, is their native populations are going to basically be like, what the fuck? No. We don't like the Abrahamic Accords. In Saudi Arabia, the Abrahamic Accords is very unpopular amongst the constituency of Saudi Arabia. Right? The UAE, the reason why they fucking signed on to the Abraham Accords is because, well, most of the native-born population are the emirs. Yeah. Yeah. And that's really about it. Do you think the influencers that mostly live in in the UAE give a fuck if the UAE is a part of the Abraham Accords? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. So they can get away with it. I guess same with all the fucking, metaphorical slaves that also live in the UAE and stuff like that in most of these fucking Gulf states. Most of them are going to be too busy trying to survive to care about the Abraham Accords. Anywho. Let's get started with this bullshit. Oh my goodness, oh my days. The US is trying to do everything possible in order to justify regime change within Cuba. Shocker, I know. Who would have fucking thought? But we have little Marco Rubio, talking about Cuba not only having weapons from the Russians and the Chinese, but they also host their intelligence presence in the country. Now, I want you guys to ask yourself this question for one reason only. Okay, this is really, really easy, right? I wonder why the Cubans might be doing that in particular. Couldn't be possibly because of the constant threats from yourself and the President of the United States of America talking about, hey, you want to do regime change in the fucking country, and the fact that the DOJ put out an indictment for Raul Castro, who's not even in power anymore and is 90 plus years old, but whatever. And as a byproduct with that of that fucking indictment, right? The Cubans may be thinking, uh-oh, we may get a bit of a Venezuela situation on our hands here, and we would prefer to not have that happen. Just some food for thought.
Here's what I can tell you. Cuba not only has weapons that they've acquired from Russia and China over the years, but they also host Russia and Chinese intelligence presence in their country, not far from where we're standing right now.
Again, what does that exactly, what is Russian and Chinese intelligence presence? Couldn't you say the same thing about, Europe hosting American intelligence presence? Or say, Israel hosting, American intelligence presence or something to threaten a bunch of other fucking states in those regions? No, I'm just saying.
So, Cuba's always posed a national security threat to the United States. They, by the way, have been one of the leading sponsors of terrorism in the entire region. You look at...
What fucking terrorism have Cubans fucking conducted throughout the entire 60 years of the dumbass fucking embargo that you've done? Sending doctors to a bunch of different places, and also helping Angola in its struggle for independence against, apartheid South Africa. Some leading sponsor of terror those guys are.
Look at the groups that work out of Colombia that have destabilized that country over the years, with full support from the...
Like who? The drug cartels? Have they destabilized the what the fuck are we talking about here? Again, just literally grab a bunch of shit, throw it at the wall, and see what fucking sticks. That's it.
This regime over there. So Cuba's consistently posed a threat to the national security of the United States. And the other thing that poses a threat to the national security of the United States is to have a failed state 90 miles from our shores run by friends of our adversaries.
Again, if it's a failed state and it's being run by the fucking adversaries, yet it's competent enough in order to be able to host like Russian and Chinese weapons and host their fucking intelligence services. Like, which is it? You're speaking out of both sides of your fucking mouth right here. Like, stupid. Yeah, I thought Russia and China were our friends or something. That's a good point there, Boy Meets Mini. But now all of a sudden it's not. Like, again, hypocrisy, constant inconsistencies with these motherfuckers, as always, because again, the point is the regime change. That's what these motherfuckers want to carry out. It's stupid and fucking annoying. Thank you, Twitter. But here, I suppose the real fucking thing to talk about here. Hello. Subpoena against Hasan and, well, Medea Benjamin. Well, I'm not a particularly big fan of Medea Benjamin from Code Pink because of how much of a pro-Russia dumbass she is. But again, do I think that she should be subpoenaed by the Treasury Department in order to get in for an investigation on their actions in fucking Cuba? Keep in mind, all Hasan did, and we can unironically fucking find the video about this, all Hasan did in Cuba was interview some fucking doctors. And Medea Benjamin delivered some aid by hand to a bunch of, well, starving fucking Cubans. And a bunch of aid to doctors within Cuba. That's literally all that they did. But then again, the United States is just going to come up with, like, literally any fucking schizophrenic, like, I don't know, like, idea in order to try to be able to be like, what you guys are doing is inherently illegal and stupid, and therefore we have to throw you in jail. Grr. And this might have all stemmed from one particular tweet from one really stupid fucking chud dipshit on Twitter, unironically, for saying that Hasan was staying in a sanctioned hotel in fucking Cuba. Really, really fucking stupid. Yeah, maybe. That's what Hasan is thinking now. Is there any evidence that this is the case? No. None whatsoever. However, while talking about how stupid that law is from OFAC, right, which is the committee that assesses all this fucking bullshit, because having a bunch of fucking, like, hotels where you could arbitrarily stay because they may or may not help the state of Cuba is incredibly fucking stupid, but whatever. None of these people care about any standards or principles. What if I were to tell you that this stupid motherfucker right here, Nick Shirley, did stay in a fucking hotel that is a violation of the OFAC fucking goddamn regulations? Yeah, and you want to know what he said in response? He said, "Oh, our team made a boo-boo, and they didn't know that this hotel may have been supporting the fucking the government in Cuba." It's just like, so you're telling me that you just went to this hotel, you probably didn't even read the list because you guys are idiots, and you just picked that fucking hotel to begin with. We took a look at this video. It's stupid. It doesn't matter. He's an idiot, right? Like, Nick Shirley went to Cuba for one reason and one reason only. It is to just film some stupid dumbass propaganda video. For what purpose exactly? Oh, he did that just so he can try to help manufacture consent for the fucking goddamn war, or not war, for an attempt at regime change within Cuba. Because again, Nick Shirley is the vice president's favorite fucking journalist for some reason. And all of this may be stemming from some dumbass tweet from some random chud on the fucking internet. Genuinely fucking incredible. But this story was initially broken here by fucking Fox News. I don't know, taking a picture of him with Kaya. A little fucking weird. Yada, yada, yada. I think they also took a picture of him with his fucking dog walker or some shit. Like, okay, bro. Whatever. I guess we have some genuine fucking paparazzi behavior being engaged here by fucking Fox News of all people. Yeah, paparazzi type shit or something. Unironically, this also caused like another fucking Collargate scandal to fucking happen, because the same dumbass paparazzi dumbass over here is like unironically took a picture of Hasan's dog walker having a vibration collar controller on her fucking around her neck, right? And it's just like, okay, first off, you have presented no evidence that the fucking first collar was even a shock collar, but sure, whatever. Who really gives much of a shit about that? And if you look up this fucking image of that fucking collar, it's a vibration collar. It's stupid. It should really just highlight just how fucking stupid Collargate is. But whatever, none of these people really care. But here, some of the quote-unquote detractors here. Hello to Raw to Real, blue MAGA fucking dipshits, because of course the blue MAGA dipshits are celebrating all of this. I'm going to make this very, very clear for you incredibly fucking stupid morons. They're not going to stop at Hasan. They're going to also come for you as well. There is a reason with a lot of like these blue MAGA fucking dumbasses, these incredibly, incredibly low IQ individuals, they kept trying to misappropriate rather, the poem of saying, they came for the communists and I did not speak up. They came for blank and I did not speak up. Blah, 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 blah. They're trying to misappropriate that fucking poem. There's a very specific reason for as to why they are mentioning the communists first. Because guess who came for the fucking communists first? Oh, it was the fucking Nazis. Because the communists were the most effective pushback against the fucking Nazis. Unironically, with you co-signing this dumbass fucking subpoena and this behavior where the federal government is trying to go after a random private citizen for no fucking goddamn reason, right? You co-signing this stuff shows to you how illiberal you are and how much you do not give a fuck about like liberal values and fucking principles. You don't care about any of that stuff. This is all team sports to you fucking people. You don't care about liberal values. You don't care about free speech. You don't care about any of these principles. None of you fucking people care about this. Because the right-wingers are going to celebrate this, right? Because they're actually honest. They are actually fucking honest in what they believe. They do not agree with free speech. And they are okay with jailing all their detractors. And that includes dumbasses like you, where they think you're a fucking communist. You're not. You're a really, really stupid fucking individual. Yeah, of course Destiny celebrated this shit. Because he's not a liberal. All the blue MAGA dipshits celebrated this fucking celebrated this shit. Because again, they don't actually believe in liberalism. They are all conservatives. But whatever. None of these people care about any of that stuff. There's no standards or principles that are being upheld here. They don't care about free speech. Nobody cares about free speech in the infernal fucking country of this of the United States of America. I don't even give much of a flying fuck about the dumbass fucking bullshit this idiot has to say. It's automatically going to be wrong because again, he doesn't actually care about any principles of free speech. He doesn't care about this. He's a toxic fucking dipshit who just wants to get mad at lefties. That's it. Because, I don't know, they're not a part of a fucking cult. Because, unironically, this dude is a part of a cult. The MAGA people that he so fucking despises and hates so much, that he just has such a fucking problem with, he acts in the exact same fucking way. Oh, you have to swear fealty to I don't know, Gavin Newsom. You have to swear fealty to Kamala Harris because I, too raw, too real, an incredibly stupid, toxic, very, very hyper-performative fucking dipshit, said you have to swear fealty to the dogshit fucking candidate in Kamala Harris. Fucking stupid. Stupid. Excuse me. Jesus. Oh yeah, we can go through the list. Lonerbox, not a liberal. Hutch, not a liberal. Any motherfucker who's celebrating this subpoena is not a fucking liberal. Here, a quick fucking comparison, right? A lot of these people are going over fucking clips of Hasan, right? Talking about how Adam Schiff should be put in fucking jail, right? Dishonestly, of course. Which, of course, this dumbass over here, this Jose individual, brought up as well. Who really cares about like what this dumbass has to say? It doesn't fucking matter. It's stupid. It's irrelevant. Like hardcore fucking Democrat. Kamala Stan Hillary bot. All right. Everything he fucking says is stupid. It doesn't fucking matter. This guy is a unironic fucking bot. Lemming that's going to be led off of the metaphorical fucking cliff, right? These people who love to constantly bitch, moan, and complain about how big a sheep MAGA is, buddy, you are literally no fucking different. Eventually, they will also try to come and jail you as well. They will come to jail you. Absolutely. They all think you're fucking communist. He went through a bunch of clips, for example, right? Who basically said that, Hasan Piker said that, he wants to fucking jail Adam Schiff, right? That he understands that Donald Trump is going after Adam Schiff maliciously, for example, right? And he knows that, right? But he doesn't care, throw him in jail anyways. And he accepted like $6 million from fucking AIPAC, right? Functionally speaking, you defending Adam Schiff in this particular respect, Jose, you are not defending a liberal. You are defending a fucking conservative. That's who you're defending, right? Now, I hope the chorus bucks is fucking worth all this like effort that you're putting into making these dog shit fucking compilation videos, Jose. But here, I functionally see people like Adam Schiff and Donald Trump as fundamentally no fucking different in terms of their interests and beliefs. Like, they don't care, right? If they are pushing for certain military-industrial complex interests, they are basically one and the same. The only slight difference between the Republicans and the Democrats are on social issues, and it is a slight difference, right? Are the Democrats going to be more likely to defend trans people? Probably, right? Certainly within the state legislature. Now, the national Democrats, that's a little fucking wishy-washy. Depends on who the Democrat you ask is. Are they going to defend abortion rights? Generally speaking. But there's a bunch of very conservative Democrats, like, say, Henry Cuellar and Jared Golden, who may be a little fucking iffy on that one in particular. And that's the fucking problem with this, right? That's the fucking issue, right? And you people do not, broadly speaking, believe in liberalism. Because, again, if you believed in liberalism, you would be against this subpoena, period, end of story. I, for example, and I bet Hasan Piker also has said how he was more than likely against the subpoenas or the attempts of Donald Trump weaponizing the fucking DOJ against people like James Comey, Letitia James, and perhaps even, John Bolton, right? Because the reasonings for as to why Donald Trump is going after those guys is purely fucking political, right? Donald Trump admitted himself it was purely fucking political. I have made videos saying, yeah, Trump going after John Bolton, James Comey, and Letitia James is fucking stupid, right? I'm not a particularly big fan of most of those people. Like, Letitia James is, like, the least bad out of all of them. But I think Donald Trump going after them with the DOJ is fucking stupid. And it's being done maliciously for a political goal. But none of you people care about that whatsoever. Preamble aside, of course. Why don't we get into this fucking dumbass video from this stupid dipshit? I could give less of a fuck at all about this too raw, too real. Everything he says is fucking stupid and nonsensical, right? We can find the compilations of him being an incredibly toxic, misogynistic fucking pile of dog shit. As expected from a lot of fucking gay men. Oh, they're overly misogynistic because it's like a strange projection for these people? As fucking expected from a bunch of highly misogynistic gay men. You know, we're doing a little bit of fucking critical racist theory right there. Just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit of critical theory right there. But here, why don't we take a look from this individual here known as Jose, who has, like, this, like, epigenetic sort of, I don't know, like, desire to want to shit on the left and be the unironic, like, platonic ideal of when the lefties, generally speaking, say, scratch a liberal and a fucking fascist bleeds. You guys are unironically playing into that precisely here with these fucking dumbass fucking posts.
Fox News report, Hasan Piker was served with a subpoena over his trip to Cuba in March, and he looks worried. Watch.
I know some of you are looking for a silver...
I wonder why he's fucking worried about being served a subpoena by the feds. Dog, your dumbass is gonna get one eventually as well. Stupid.
lining in this situation, but this is not good, okay? There is no world where having to deal with like a federal case is actually a good moment.
I have mixed feelings about this because this is the same person that was celebrating when Trump's DOJ opened a politically motivated criminal investigation into a Democratic senator.
Oh my God. Senator Adam...
Again, we're talking about Adam Schiff here, who, functionally speaking, is basically no different than a fucking Republican. Functionally speaking. If you take a look through his fucking voting record, especially on Israel. I think, unironically, also Hasan, in response to one of this, right? He, like, Adam Schiff represents Hasan as a senator of fucking California. He was just like, dude, I'd apologize to Adam Schiff if he actually fucking cared about what his constituents want. But guess what? Adam Schiff does not give a fuck about what his constituents want.
Federal criminal investigation for alleged mortgage fraud violations. Oh my God, I hope they arrest him. Oh my God, I hope he goes to prison. Oh my God, I hope he goes to prison. Oh, I hate him so much. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, this is political. Sure, I don't care. Lock him up.
That's him reacting.
Whoa, one random instance. Now, are you probably going to find any other instance of him whatsoever? I don't know. Doing this fucking shit? Like, again, saying that, oh, hey, you know, actually, I think that this indictment here is pretty bad because it's being done out of really, really fucking stupid reasons. I guarantee you, Hasan more than likely looked at the 8646 seashell posts by fucking James Comey, of which had a DOJ indictment over them, and probably called them fucking stupid. Do you care about that? No, because again, you are not a liberal.
Acting to a criminal investigation. Meanwhile, Hasan is already pissing himself over an administrative subpoena, which is basically a formal request for records and communications tied to his Cuba trip. And this is all part of a larger federal investigation into whether any U.S. sanctions laws were violated during that trip. And what's even...
Yes, but okay, the problem is that, again, he didn't fucking violate any fucking laws. This is being done out of a very malicious fucking intent here, coming from some random post on Twitter, which makes it even fucking stupider than what Trump was trying to indict Adam Schiff on the fucking goddamn mortgage fraud. God, you're so stupid, dude. God, you don't care about fucking free speech or liberalism whatsoever. You don't care about any of this. God, you're so fucking dumb, dude.
Even crazier to me is that this was only a few weeks ago that he was basically taunting Trump to come after him.
I think Trump might be one of the few people on the Republican side that's too smart to recognize that highlighting me in any way, shape, or form is only beneficial for me, and therefore he's not doing it.
And I think it's pretty...
That's not taunting Trump, you fucking dumbass. That's an acknowledgement that every single time when the Democrats, like the third-way diptards that you seem to want to suck the cocks for, highlighted him, it's been beneficial for him. Yeah, it's an acknowledgement of that, you fucking idiot.
It's safe to assume that he probably wouldn't be in this situation if Kamala Harris were president right now. So I wonder if he has any regrets about saying this.
The hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
Or this.
By the way, actually, no, we can fucking substantiate that claim, you fucking moron. If Kamala Harris was not as hypothetically bad as Donald Trump, then she would have differentiated herself from Joe Biden. Idiot. Oh, and I know exactly where this clip is from. Hi, Dan Stockman fucking clip. Now, Jose, why are you being fucking dishonest with this fucking clip here? Why are you being dishonest, Jose? Why are you being dishonest with this fucking clip? Because what was Hasan talking about in this particular fucking clip? Oh, Israel fucking Palestine. That's what he was talking about. Idiot.
Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris would be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen.
On Israel Palestine, you literally cut out the fucking clip because you probably got the mentally ill fucking clip from a unironic fucking stalker.
To them.
The answer is probably no, because it wasn't that long ago he was asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom if he ended up being the 2028 Democratic nominee.
No, I can't believe you didn't swear fealty to fucking Gavin Newsom when there hasn't even been the fucking primary yet. Dude, you are literally no different than a fucking MAGA sheep that you pretend to fucking hate so much. You are literally no different. You are a fucking idiot, bro.
And this is what he said.
Do you vote for J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hasan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Guess what? Vosh also said the exact same thing. And, like, unironically, if, for example, Gavin Newsom wins the Democratic primary in 2028 from whatever fuck shit that stupid party decides to pull, the party is dead. You need to understand that, you fucking moron. You're a hardcore Democrat. You care so much about the fucking Democratic Party. If Gavin Newsom, that chameleon, that dude who believes in absolutely nothing, who is not going to meet the moment right now, and might even fucking lose to what it looks like to be Marco Rubio, because now there's rumors that J.D. Vance is not going to try to pursue the 2028 presidential election. I guarantee you, I think Gavin Newsom will lose to Marco Rubio. I guarantee you, I think he's going to fucking lose. And I think he might even get potentially trounced. Because that's going to be the Democrats acknowledging that they have learnt absolutely fucking nothing. If they put up that fucking chameleon Gavin Newsom, who fundamentally has no fucking principles. But then again, you yourself also have no fucking principles.
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter.
That should have been the easiest yes anyone could ever give, especially after everything we've seen from this administration. But as
stupid. How do you know that the administration, or rather a Gavin Newsom administration, is not going to emulate most of the fucking goddamn policies and prescriptions of Donald Trump, right? If anything, it's going to be worse. Because we all know that Gavin Newsom swears fealty to the fucking billionaire class, like Trump. It's just that Trump is explicit about it, whereas Gavin Newsom is implicit about it. Idiot.
the saying goes, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Anyway, like I said, this
Spoken like a true fucking MAGA Republican.
is just an administrative subpoena, so he really has nothing to worry about unless he did something that rises to the criminal level. I guess we'll find out.
As in he did nothing, because all he did was just go over and interview some fucking doctors. And other people distributed aid to random Cuban civilians. But then again, no standards for these MAGA, blue MAGA, diptard fucking weirdos. They are totally okay with all of this for one reason and one reason only, because Hasan bad. And no liberal principles are being adhered to here. These people don't care about liberalism whatsoever. They are all illiberal and are full of shit. But yeah, I mean, what else is there to really say? Besides a attempt at regime change is being done within Cuba. The groundwork is being laid to that. You know what these blue MAGA fucking dipshits would prefer to focus on? And the current administration, while they're trying to do this fucking regime change attempt within Cuba, subpoena of fucking Hasan Piker and also Medea Benjamin. Genuinely fucking incredible. But then again, I wouldn't expect anything less from these dumbass fucking liberals who keep confirming all the fucking lefties who keep constantly saying over and over again, scratch a liberal and a fascist fucking bleeds. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. God damn it, I wanted to do the fucking G segment, but it's 4 in the morning. I'm going to bed.
Knitting.
Shut up. Secret memes. Oh, man. reading out to today? Jesus Christ. Or some might say cheese and rice. Let's raid out to Riverboat Jack. Why not? Alright, dorks. Raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the transfer out of the Daho raid butt. If you're a non-sub, you do the Wowie with the Daho raid butt. So we show appreciation to those 2020 case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And it's going to be more of the same. Yapping about stuff. Factoring our Oreos. Very cool. Very good, folks. Anywho, gamers. I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.